Uh, Ms. Nevin, anything from?
Sarah, just a brief point or
Yeah,
question really in
yeah,
relation
yeah,
to the site visit.
yeah,
I obviously wasn't on that site visit
yeah,
myself,
yeah.
but I have had concerns raised with me just that the line exactly in the allotments of where that development footprint would start wasn't very clear. In other words, we were concerned there wasn't a clear line yesterday across the allotment showing. Now, obviously, the main thing, Sarah, is that you're content, that you are satisfied of where that line is. So we really just wanted to confirm that that was clear.
Well, I'm got a second benefit of a second site visit on Thursday, so I wonder if I could have a very quick look then at that specific issue, if that would be possible. Yeah.
In order to do that, are you content to use the application drawings and any other
Yeah.
material,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
is it something that
yeah.
you're going to need further assistance with?
No, I'm quite happy with the application drawings, but yeah.
I mean, my understanding
Yeah.
of the site, the purpose of the site visit is to just see what the evidence is referring to, rather than hear evidence.
I certainly don't want to hear evidence on site, but if something's being marked out, then if it's agreed,
I'd be a bit nervous about areas being marked out on site without proper surveys having been done.
Okay.
And so I'm very happy for you to look at the application drawings and look at the application site, and to form your judgment. I would be less happy about the allotment association, if you like, doing the work of a topographical surveyor and marking it out.
Yes,
because that seems to me likely to lead to error.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll have another look Thursday, and it probably best if I do that bit unaccompanied then, and I can have a look for myself.
We're grateful, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. McCann, Ms. Bahi, anything from your party's point of view?
With respect to the Heritage Roundtable, do you have the Mike Spence visualizations that we printed and posted to you, the A2
I've got electronic copies. Sad to say, I haven't got paper copies.
Okay, we have those to hand. So depending on where everybody is sat, we think it's probably of value to have those printed in the proportions that Mike wanted them to be. So we have those in the room and can put those before you.
Okay, that's fine, as long as everyone else can see what I'm being shown. That's fine.
They're very large.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, right. Well, if there's no more housekeeping matters, then we'll start in earnest. So this is a round table on heritage matters, and hopefully it's been circulated, a note of what I need to look at. And so just to emphasize that I need to understand the significance of the particular assets and to what extent the setting contributes to the significance of those assets. And then I need to understand the contribution the appeal site makes to the experience and significance of that asset. And then lastly, I need to look at the extent to which the proposals would enhance or detract from the significance of that asset and the ability to appreciate it. So that's based on the Historic England guidance. So what I'd like to do is go through each asset in sort of geographical north-south alignment, and perhaps we'll finish on terms of the conservation area, since that's more of an overall entity. So perhaps if we could start with the boundary wall to Syon Park. Perhaps I'll start with Mr. Bridgeland. Perhaps if you could kick off in terms of how you see the significance of the listed boundary wall and what is its setting.
Certainly, sir. I'd just like to take a brief moment to apologise to Mr. Spence for repeatedly getting his name wrong in my rebuttal evidence.
No,
so
no, don't worry.
I apologise for that as a professional discourtesy. I'm very sorry.
Just before we start, Mr. Spence, I should have confirmed that you can hear, see everything that's going on.
I can indeed, yes. The wonders of modern technology. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so there seems to be a slight satellite delay, which we will have to try to work around. And similarly, I will have to turn around, so forgive me if I'm appearing slightly rude, but that's the way of the world at the moment. Okay, Mr. Bridgeland, sorry I interrupted you. My apologies.
No, back to the boundary wall.
Yeah.
Yes, this was the boundary wall. Obviously, marks the boundary of the park as it was laid out by Capability Brown in the 1750s. The whole purpose of a Capability Brown landscape is to look endless, and the boundary wall effectively was never meant to be seen from the inside of the park because it was always fronted within the park by a bank of trees. The purpose of the boundary wall is effectively security and control of access. As you look up Park Road, the boundary wall has no real architectural features. Its distinctive character simply comes from its material and its scale and extent. So in terms of appreciating the boundary wall, effectively the significance of it in terms of setting, and that's the key thing here, is about the ability to appreciate that scale, that extent of the boundary wall as it runs all the way along Park Road and round to the north. So on that basis, the relationship with the road is important, because that is effectively the marker of how the landscape was reformed in the 1750s. But what was beyond it effectively was immaterial, because it was meant to be the edge of the park. It wasn't designed to respond to anything beyond it. So on that basis, I think my evidence suggests that the site is a neutral feature in the setting of the boundary wall, making no positive or negative contribution to the significance of the wall.
Okay, perhaps I'll turn to the society if you'd like to respond. So I'm going to assume the council and the Allotments Association are going to sort of not participate unless you sort of want to. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, so I mean, you've got in the note that was provided on Friday, the council's position in respect of each of these assets on significance. Yeah. So unless we pipe up, as it were, we don't propose to add to what's in the note.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so is it Susan Casey?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
Our view really is that the boundary wall that area would be harmed, and the green and open setting of the current allotment site adds to that. We're also concerned that the references in the Riverside Conservation Area to the tree-lined Park Road, that would be detracted by any effect on the boundary wall. And it shows that it's been going to be replaced by some large buildings, and that would have an impact on what was the Park Road site. So it's largely concerned with the setting and it facing now modern development and the impact of loss of trees in that area as well. And I think particularly Mike Spence's views of B and viewpoint B do actually show that.
Okay, I'd just like to, at the moment, just focus on the significance, and then we'll come on to impact, because that's the steps I have to go through. So just in terms of its significance, I mean, it's obviously a very long wall, Mr. Bridgeland. Yes. Well, we walked it yesterday, so there's quite a continuity to it. So that's part of its significance.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. What about its height? We tried to estimate yesterday. It was getting on for 2.4 meters. So that's
again, yes. If I'm sometimes it'd be useful to think about it in terms of actually, if you were to reduce the height, would you reduce the significance of it? I think you definitely would. It's the scale of that wall and the way in which it is. It's very difficult for anybody to clamber over deliberately, and it goes on for an awful long way. It's making a statement about the edge of the park when viewed from the outside.
So by a statement, does that sort of, can you elaborate in what way it's making a statement? Is it?
It's making a statement that the area within the walls is controlled and contained, and there's always been people. There have always been people from outside the walls going into the parkland and vice versa. But that control, and it makes a very powerful statement of the control of an estate in that era.
So is it a sort of show-off feature, for lack of a better? That's probably a horrible way of saying it. But.
Well, exactly. So the reason Capability Brown wanted the landscape to look endless from inside was that sense that everything you see, I control. And he did it on innumerable landscapes. That idea of, all this is mine. Now, obviously, we've got a very flat landscape here, so we didn't need to go that far out. But the converse of that is that anybody looking from the outside knows that landscape is the area directly controlled by the big house.
So it's not a borrowed landscape like Croom or other works. He's used the wall to.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you might expect a hilltop in the distance might be used for eye catchers, but that's not the case here because of the immediate topography doesn't really lend itself to that.
Okay, so I mean, to what extent is it significant then from the outside, because you're gaining some experience then that it's got stature and status from the outside then?
Exactly, and the word appreciation, which is in the Historic England Guidance, about can you appreciate the form, can you appreciate the scale, can you appreciate the statement that the wall is making, is what I would focus on here. That actually it is still possible to appreciate it, given that we've now got cemeteries. What was fields and market gardens before is now cemeteries, hospitals. You can still appreciate what the wall is trying to do in that regard.
I've only seen it from the north and east sides. Is the wall more or less the same on other sides? I haven't looked around the east side or the southern side yet.
More or less, well, we were on the southern side on Park Road.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so I've got my north side.
Yeah, no. It's yes, you always see the Thames runs east-west, but not here. So the north side has parts of it, but obviously the boundaries on the north side made use of the watercourse which runs along the north side of the estate. Yeah. Whereas obviously the London Road side again is similar to what we've seen on Park Road, but obviously with the Lion Gate in it as well.
Yeah. Okay. Would the Society like to come in any more on the significance?
So I noted that Mr. Spence had his hand up on the
Yes, thank
screen.
you. I'm grateful for that observation, and if you continue to do that, because obviously I'm not in line of sight.
Sure, I can sort of put my hand up on his behalf.
Yeah, if you can. Yeah, Mr. Spence.
Okay, thank you, and apologies, whatever the sound is doing with this, but just picking up on the Isleworth Society's point about the setting, I think one important viewpoint that illustrates this is viewpoint A from the original application, which is a view from the entrance to Syon Park. In my evidence, there's a technical methodology which shows that same view up Park Road, which shows the relationship of the wall, the mature trees behind the wall within Syon Park, and then the mature trees on Park Road. Now, the important point about this is the mature trees along Park Road, most of them will be coming out as a result of this development. Now, these trees are probably a similar age to those trees within Syon Park. So looking at that change in the setting of the wall, the question really from a heritage point of view is that clearly is a change on the setting of that wall as viewed from the entrance to Syon House and Syon Park, looking at Park Road. So there is a question about significance, and the loss of those trees will change that townscape and historic character of the wall and Park Road.
Okay, Mr. Bridgeland, would you like to respond?
Yes, in terms of the yes, in terms of the relationship between the park and obviously the trees opposite. Obviously, when the wall was built, sorry. All right. Yes, we must be. Ditto. Yes, in terms of when the wall was built, obviously we're talking about an area of open pasture here on the site. So it was open pasture at the time when the wall was built. Yes, and remained so until 1917. So I imagine there were some boundary trees on the edge there. It'd be perfectly, it's the sort of thing one might expect. But the understanding of what is significant about the wall and its relationship with the area outside, as I've said, the site makes a neutral contribution in that it doesn't positively contribute to the significance of the wall. There have been many changes along Park Road in its history, and the wall is still possible. It is still perfectly possible to appreciate the wall in the way it was designed, the way it was built, and its aesthetic. The aesthetic appreciation of it in terms of its scale and its extent.
Does society want to comment? Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Bridgeland a question.
Just to say that an important aspect of going to Syon House is the approach along Park Road. And I think that the proposed development would detract from that because you have buildings, whereas at the moment it is much more open. So that's our view.
So you're saying, Ms. Casey, that the development would attract attention. Would you like to elaborate a bit more?
I think one of the significant approaches down Park Road to Syon House with the boundary wall is the grandeur. And I think the change in the other side with the development would actually take away from that important aspect.
Mr. Smith, do you want to come back?
Yes, I think this is something which I had been expecting for us to discuss as part of the discussion about conservation area, which will be coming to. So, yeah. So in terms of I would go back to what I was saying about the in terms of the significance of the boundary wall. I think I've probably said everything I needed to, but that idea about the green corridor, that a sort of a breathing space before you get to the gates of Syon House and before you get into Old Isleworth itself, is something that we accept, and is something which the new planting will maintain. That there are already buildings among trees as you go down there, but this is they're not considered to detract, I don't believe, from the approach to Syon House and the approach to Old Isleworth. But the idea of a green corridor as you approach, a slight breathing space before you approach Old Isleworth, is something which will be maintained through the development.
Okay, so as I understand it, and I'll let Mr. Spencer and all one of the society reps in the room speak. You're saying the new planting would deal with the impact of the proposal. Is that a correct paraphrasing?
Yes, there is a degree of retained planting along that frontage, and substantial new tree planting to replace those trees which have had to come out through the construction process. But the idea will be that you will see buildings among trees, but the louver effect you get as you go down the street will actually, the trees will be a very dominant feature as we go through. But yeah, so the wall itself is a very robust feature in terms of its impact on setting. The new buildings will be effectively an adjunct to it, but not affecting its significance. That they will be new buildings interspersed with trees, which is effectively what you got on other parts of Park Road already.
The society like to respond, or Mr. Spence?
I think Mr. Spence has his hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think it'd be very useful, Inspector, to have a look at the sequence of photographs going down Park Road from the area of the cemetery down to the entrance to Syon Park. They go basically in the sequence of viewpoint F, viewpoint B, and viewpoint A. Well, it's a sequence, so it's approaching Syon House from along Park Road from the north. So we start with the viewpoint F, which is the original viewpoint selected in the Heritage Impact Assessment, where there's no view of the site. It's hidden behind the wall. But the point about these, they're actually black and white, and what we've done is to identify the site in each of these views, and the red line stands out better against the black and white photograph than it does against a colour photograph, which is the reason why we've done this. Okay, it's B. There's F1, B, B1, and A. Yeah. Okay, the point about this
Technologies. Okay.
Okay, yeah, the point about looking at this sequence is illustrating the nature of the approach to Syon House, the relationship of the wall to the house and gardens, and also the importance of the trees on the other side of the road and framing that view approaching the entrance to Syon Park. Now, as you get closer, these mature trees, the trees are probably 12 to 15 meters in height, these mature trees. Now, when we get towards the site around B1B, a lot of those trees within the site will come out as a result of the development. The new trees going in, looking at the application details, the maximum height of those trees as planted will be about 5.5 meters in height. So those trees will be very, very small. They'll be very low relative to the existing trees along Park Road. The proposed buildings within the development are up to just over 16 meters in height. So in terms of understanding the relationship of the existing trees and the proposed trees to the proposed buildings, there's a mismatch in terms of the scale of the planting and the effectiveness of the trees in maintaining that sort of green corridor you have currently. So there'll be a major change in that approach to the entrance to Syon House along Park Road because of the removal of a large number of trees. I'm not sure what bit was missed off, if any of it, but I just sort of summarised my sort of point there. Was basically the sequence of views that we've got here in the inquiry room illustrates the view travelling along Park Road adjacent to the historic. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So travelling sort of along the Park Road from the north down towards the entrance, the historic wall on the left has mature trees both to the left within Syon Park and also to the right on the other side of Park Road. Particularly viewpoint B1 illustrates the extent of tree removal, which will negatively affect or adversely affect the this approach to Sign House. Now, in terms of the proposed tree planting, which is maximum height of 5.5 metres according to the landscape proposals, and the proposed buildings, which are going to be 16 metres in height, there's a mismatch between the current sort of setting with these mature trees, then the removal of a lot of those mature trees and the new planting. It would take sort of 50 years plus to achieve the same kind of height as the existing trees in the along Park Road.
A few things I'd like to address on that. In terms of the existing heights, the heights of the existing trees which are to be removed along Park Road are set out in the arboricultural report, and they range between 9 to 14 metres, so not quite as high as was just stated. I think we also need to view that Mr. Spencer's viewpoint B1 as it is a diagrammatic approach to visualization. It is obviously in black and white and with the large red clouds to depict tree removal rather than simply removing the trees from the visualization. You are not going to walk down the street in black and white and see large red clouds when the development is in place. So on that basis, it doesn't give a particularly accurate understanding of what the site is going to look like with this development in place. So I would refer you back to the visualizations presented in the Heritage and Townscape Visual Impact Assessment, which we feel give a better appreciation because they, first off, are in colour and are intended to show what it would actually be like to walk down the street. Secondly, they also, Mr. Spence's diagrammatic approach has removed 3 trees which are to remain. And finally, they also show that the new planting which is going in place, which has been calibrated against what has been committed in the application documents. So it gives a far better understanding of how the buildings with the planting, which is obviously part of the development, will appear on day one, obviously before anything has even had a chance to grow further than its planting date. So on that basis, we feel that the green corridor aspect of that will be obviously there will be a temporary impact during construction, but the replanting and the growth of the trees very rapidly, as you can see, a lot of trees have grown in that plot since the 1946 photo shown in the rebuttal evidence. Trees grow well around here; they will grow fast. So the idea that our development will present an unacceptable distraction of some sort distracting from the significance of the wall, of the conservation area, of the approach to Old Isleworth, we feel it is overstated.
Yeah, I think if I can understand from your evidence, Mr. Bridgeland, you suggested that the proposal effectively forms a new street frontage. I think that's suggested in the heritage assessment on page 23. Is that the design ethos then, to create a new frontage?
Yes, a new frontage of gables interspersed with trees. Sorry, excuse me.
So just in terms of the setting of the wall then, how do you see that, the new frontage, working with the setting?
I see it's entirely compatible with the significance of the wall.
Where it says.
Sorry. Yeah. That the Historic England's guidance is very clear that change is not the same as harm. And effectively, we are going to get a change here, but it will not harm the significance of the wall, or I would say the conservation area, or the approach to Old Isleworth.
So you're accepting that some of the buildings are going to be seen, but
yes.
the view that you've taken is that frontage is appropriate. If
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just ask the Society if they want to come in. Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Bridgeland another question. No. Okay. So are you sort of disputing Mr. Spence's opinion of the views along the wall then?
Yes, I think his visualizations, because of the way in which they've been graphically presented, in black and white, and with the deletions of trees highlighted in red, and with that they don't do what they set out to do, which is give an understanding of what the development would actually look like when built out.
Okay. But in terms of I think Mr. Spence was trying to make the point that it was going to attract attention away from the wall. What would your view be on that?
No, I wouldn't see that. You'll see an awful lot of the wall way before you get to it. The wall as a visual feature, aesthetically, it's this continuous ribbon of brick running all the way down the side of Park Road. It will be a very prominent feature in any journey down Park Road. The fact that on the right-hand side there are other features you can already see as you go down Park Road, interspersed with trees, means that this development will be very much fitting in keeping with that character.
Okay. Mr. Spence, Mr. Spence, you've got your hand up. Would you like to come back?
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's really just to make the point about the reason why we produced these visualizations in the way that we did was really to sort of try to illustrate the full sort of shape and scale of the development in the view. It's not to try and sort of show materiality or how it will fit in or otherwise within the site. That's the purpose of the appellants. So what we've tried to do is to illustrate accurately, very accurately, how this would sit in that view, and that's exactly what we've done. Now, in terms of the tree removal, there's extensive tree removal within the site, extensive tree removal. I think I calculated around about 21, 22 mature trees coming out, a lot of them along Park Road. Now, in the visualisation produced by the appellant, this wasn't evident. There was new trees being presented that looked to me to be around about 10 metres in height. And as I said, in terms of how you assess the impact of the development, you need to consider day one, the worst case scenario when the development is built. So it's day one, and about the effectiveness of the planting mitigation. They will not be 10 metres high. The tree is maximum 5.5 metres high, according to the appellant's landscape strategy. Would they be very small in comparison to the development? And this whole area, the view from around about B1, it will open up. It will open up with much more of a townscape, new townscape development, and the sort of removal of a large number of these mature trees. So in terms of what we're trying to do with our visualizations, we're not trying to show, this kind of detail and materiality and how it could fit into the sites. It's to be fair and open about the scale of the development in that view.
Can I just step back one slight moment just to ask a question about the planting on the other side of the wall? So in terms of the estate planting, I've looked at the maps in the conservation area appraisal, and it seems to be Capability Brown days. There was definitely a discernible pattern of planting following the wall. What I was going to ask was whether that planting, not necessarily the original trees, but does the shape of the planting today along the wall reflect that of Capability Brown Estate, Mr. Bridgeland?
I believe it's broadly consistent. I suspect it might be very slightly, the tree belt may have got slightly thicker over time, but it's broadly consistent with his design intention.
So is there anything significant then about the views over the wall of that planting?
The planting effectively was there to hide the wall from the inside.
Right.
So it's always been a feature of that wall, but the design intent was probably not so much to be able to see trees above it. It was more that the trees would hide it from when viewed, hide the wall from when viewed from the inside.
So the historic approach then was to hide the wall from the estate side. So the converse then is the appreciation of the wall was then designed for the outside.
Yeah, I think given how little architectural elaboration there is on that wall, I suspect not a lot of thought went into its visual appearance. But it's a fairly functional wall, I think. But obviously an old one and on an important line.
Yeah. Okay. Would the society like to add anything? And okay.
Could I address one point that Mr. Spence raised, which was about our the visualization of the Heritage Townscape Visual Impact Assessment? He suggested that some of the trees we've shown in that visualization are taller than the ones we're going to plant, which is true because they're the ones which are staying. So the trees which are planted are the ones which we have shown as being up to 6 meters high, or as Mr. Spencer has rounded down to 5.5. But there are some taller trees shown in our visualizations, but they're the clump of 3 trees which are on Park Road, which according to the landscape strategy are to remain.
Okay, thank you. So I'll obviously come to a view on the trees and the planting. So in terms of the tree removal, if I go on the arboricultural assessment, and is it fair to me to presume that that tallies with the general arrangement plan? Or is that a question I need to ask Mr. Hall perhaps to confirm as well?
I understand it's clear. It's easy. The landscaping pages in the design access statement actually had the clearest depiction of it, from my perspective at least. Identifying trees in red or trees in green for removal or retention.
So let me make a note of that, Mr. Bridgeland. So you're directing me to page.
Oh, right. No,
so
that's a challenge.
Do you want to get? I'll make a note of that. If I can ask Mr. Hall to confirm the council's take on tree removal, what plan should I go to?
I would say that the best place to go to is in the arboricultural statement.
That's presumably what your colleague has looked at.
Yes, that's correct.
So we said the diagram I was talking about it's on page 87 of the design access statement, section 3.39. It's consistent with the arboriculture report, but it's a little bit clearer. It's set out a little more clearer. A better graphic designer, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the benefit of being able to enlarge it on the screen with my ever failing eyesight. So, okay, right. Before we, yes.
Sorry, I think Mr. Spence had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Spence.
Thank you. Yeah, is it possible for us to have a look at the visualization by 1990, the viewpoint B, the proposed visualization, which Mr. Bridgeland was referring to, which is at the end of the Heritage Impact Assessment.
Sorry, is that that your copy, Mr. Spence?
No, this is in the appellant's original Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment.
So B18.
I think it's just useful to look at this before looking at the arboricultural assessment, just to understand what's coming out and what's staying in that view.
When you're ready, Mr. Spence.
Okay, so with viewpoint B, there's an existing view which shows the historic wall on the left-hand side and sign house. On the right-hand side, it shows the entrance to Snowy Field Away and all the mature trees at that corner. On the proposed, it shows some trees coming out of that corner, and it shows 2 new trees going in. Now, both those 2 new trees look to me to be around about 10 meters in height. They don't appear to be existing trees in the view, which is what Mr. Bridgeland was suggesting. So these could only be proposed trees. So my point is, in year 1, there'd be a much more open view of the development from this location than is suggested by the 1990 visualization. Those trees would be 5.5 meters high, maximum about half the height shown. I think the other point about this view is that the rest of the trees going down Park Road, a lot of those trees will also be coming out, and I don't think this visualization is fair in terms of the how dense the existing trees would be in that view. And I know it's a very complex procedure to do this, but in terms of this being used to sort of suggest the appropriateness of this development from this location, we just need to be careful about reading too much into the screening effects of the proposed planting and the screening by the existing mature trees in this view.
Okay, Mr. Bridgeland.
Yeah, I would go back to the point I made earlier, that the tallest of those trees shown in that view are the trees which are being retained. So they are existing. And by showing a day 1 visualization, obviously with trees, we're talking about the worst case scenario. On day 1, nothing is going to look as good as it's going to look at the end of year 1, at the end of year 2. That this is a very high quality scheme, which is intended to be here for a long time, and that we need to judge it in that circumstance. I mean, if this was an environmental impact assessment type scheme, that we would expect to put in 15-year visualizations as well, all of which are important to understand heritage impact, because these heritage assets are considered to be there for the long term.
Okay, I'll take a look at the arboricultural report and the design access statement and come to a view on that. One thing I was going to ask, and it's a question for all parties really, is what would you say the presence of the hospital does or doesn't do to this viewpoint? I'll start with you as you're in the poised, Mr. Bridgeland. So the hospital, does that have any effect along Park Road or not? How would you see that?
I think the hospital, because of this, simply the scale of it, I don't think anybody would argue that it's a particular asset aesthetically to that view. However, the fact that it is set so far back, I think, is from from Park Road is a major mitigation, effectively, of that degree of impact. It's visible, but whether it counts as a distraction affecting your appreciation of Park Road is minimal, I would say.
Okay, so it's a minimal distraction. Okay, Mr. Spence, I'll just ask you about the hospital. How would you see that?
Yeah, I'd agree with Mr. Bridgeland. I think in terms of both the hospital and Charlotte House, you don't really see them when you're going along Park Road. Having said that, you do see the properties along Park Road approaching Syon House, and they're generally in the region of about 9.5 meters in height.
So I mean, is it, just to summarise both your fairly mutual agreement on this aspect, is it because the eye's drawn along Park Road rather than way off to the hospital? Is that effectively what's happening in visual terms?
Yes, I think it's fair to say, yes.
Yes, I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. Right, okay, perhaps we'll move on to the next asset, and that's Porter's Lodge. And I think, Miss Casey, I think I probably interrupted you and you were about to go on to this. So do you want to pick up the baton?
We refer really to viewpoint A from Mike Spence, and there is a small contribution of the appeal site in terms of the greenery of the area, but we think it probably is minimal. We do also note that a tree will be removed, and therefore the view will have more of a built-up appearance. I think those are the points we'd want to make at this moment.
So if I can understand this, so you're suggesting there's a visual connectivity or experience between the appeal site and the lodge, is that right?
In the sense that there's at the approach from Park Road, you have greenery on both sides.
Right, okay. So is it the, I mean, it's a horrible technical word that historic England used, kinetic views, which is in simple English is a series of views. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, right. Mr. Bridgeland, a series of views leading up to the lodge?
Yeah, as you come down Park Road, because of the way in which the lodge sits within the entrance of the park, you don't see the lodge until quite late down Park Road. It's not an eye catcher at the end of the street in the same way. The lodge's significance obviously stems as an early 19th century building in a sort of fine neoclassical form, very high quality construction using massive singles, monolithic columns. But its key relationship lies with the park as the entrance point to it and the road itself. Again, a bit like the boundary wall, what was beyond that doesn't contribute an awful lot to its significance. It doesn't affect your appreciation of the building. It may change the setting, but that doesn't necessarily mean it harms the significance of the building.
Now, okay, but in terms of changing the setting, would you say it would change the setting, or?
On a very small basis, from viewpoint A in the Heritage Landscape Visual Impact Assessment, is taken from a little bit closer to the site than the lodge. So the lodge is behind you by several meters. And there you will see sort of very oblique views of the site. So you will see, we expect that you will see some of the rooftop of the closest building will be visible, but that will be largely screened by other buildings on Park Road because it is such an oblique view, and obviously by the tree planting, which is part of the landscaping.
Okay, I mean, in terms of the kinetic experience, let's go back to the technical terms. You're obviously seeing one view in 1 minute, and then if you're walking along 5 seconds later, you're getting another view opening up. So it's It's that collective sequence of views that's important to the experience,
I think
rather than one viewpoint.
By the time you have the opportunity to see the lodge, you're largely past the development because of the way in which the lodge sits in relation to the bell mouth.
Okay. Ms. Casey, would you like to respond?
Nothing really to add to that, no.
Mr. Spence, would you like to comment at all about the lodge, setting of the lodge?
Well, the only thing. Sorry, Inspector. I thought we were about to look at the arboricultural reports just before the lodge.
We can go back to it, Mr. Spence, if you want. Yeah.
Is that okay? I think it's just quite important to have a look at the tree removal plan, just to put into context what we're talking about in terms of the visualizations. And so if you wouldn't mind going back to the arboricultural survey, and I'm looking at the tree removal plan, which is towards the, I think it's about page 16 of the document, by Green Space Ecological Solutions. So I don't know whether you managed to pull that up, but
yeah,
it is quite difficult.
Sorry,
it's quite difficult to read.
Are you looking at the plan titled Arboricultural Survey? It's on my electronic copy, page 16 in the digital world.
Correct. Yeah, it's on page 16. Yes.
So
yes,
Mr. Bridgeland, have you managed to get that?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry,
I've got drawing titled Tree Protection Plan.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Spence.
Yeah.
I just needed to make sure the appellants had that plan up. So please carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So it's, the drawing title seems to be Tree Protection Plan, and what it's quite difficult to read. But the key thing to look at are the trees to be retained have got like a solid line around them, and the trees to be removed have got a dashed line around them. And if you look at the general trees to be retained, they all seem to be down in the south of the site, sort of where the proposed allotment area will be. If we look up at the north area of the site, at the junction of Park Road and Snowy Fields Away, what we'll see is all those trees are coming out at the junction. They've all got dashed lines. There's groups of trees which are all coming out. If you then look down Park Road, you've got a series of 3 trees, T10, T11, T12, that appear to be staying. And then the trees below that appear to be being removed all the way down Park Road. Which suggests...
So just pointing out T8 and T9 are to be retained too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's a group of trees, sort of 2/3 of the way up, which are going to be retained, but all the other trees appear to be removed from Park Road. So I think this is quite a useful plan to see in the context of photography and the visualizations, and how it's going to change the character of Park Road with the removal of these trees. I know it's a very difficult thing to do, is to, in the visualizations, present that, but I don't think in terms of the appellant's viewpoint A, that's very clear at all. We've got a very similar approach to how we did with the AVR one, with the line drawing, showing the development. But there's a lot of trees in that view, and all those trees at the south eastern extent of the site will be coming out. They won't be there. There'll be new tree planting going in, but it won't be the current current configuration. There's a lot of trees coming out along Park Road.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spence. Mr. Bridgeland, would you like to respond?
Just point out that there will be new trees going in as well. This is not a felling, a clear felling approach. This is a very carefully considered landscaped approach.
I mean, in terms of the potential space for trees to flourish, there's gaps in the building line, isn't there? But is it fair to say that to the frontage of some of the dwellings onto Park Road, there's fairly limited space? So should I be sort of more focused on the gaps between the three elements of building then?
I think you will see the building from Park Road. That's part of the design intention, is the building will be visible. That's one reason for having such high quality design to it. But as we talked about, the kinetic views as you move down Park Road, effectively your eye is drawn down Park Road. You're looking at this along Park Road rather than straight on. That's generally not how. So that the importance of having the sequence of trees means that while the building will be in places will be quite close to the road, will be visible, it is a building appreciated within trees, and Park Road will still feel like a leafy road leading down towards Old Isleworth. Colleagues have just pointed out to me that we're talking that 71 trees are due to go in, and I think 23 removed.
Yeah, I think that's right from my memory.
A big difference.
Yeah. Right. Mr. Spence, I was going to ask you if you wanted to comment any more about the aspect of the lodge.
Well, just that if we do look at the viewpoint A from the lodge and look up Park Rose, the trees on the left-hand side, the vast majority will be coming out. So in terms of the visualization, it's not very helpful in understanding the impacts of this development in this location.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go on.
So just when we're talking about impact, I think we do need to draw this distinction between a change to what's happening and whether this is harm. That when the whole point of heritage impact assessment is you understand what is significant about the asset and the way in which that will be affected.
Yes.
And we've been very careful about trying to identify that significance. And I think a lot of this discussion is helpful to understand what the visual changes will be in that vicinity, but we still need to go back and see how that affects the significance or not of the assets themselves.
Well, do you want to elaborate on that then, or go over the ground then?
Yes, the guidance and which is consistent with the MPPF is very clear that what is important in terms of protecting heritage assets is understanding is protecting their significance. What is it that's important about it? What matters and why? And so in our assessment, things as we discussed with the boundary wall, what matters in terms of the boundary wall is its historic appreciation, the fact that it is an important component of the design landscaping. But there's an aesthetic component to it now, as one appreciates it from the Park Road side, as this long band of brick running a long way, around this part of Isleworth. And then the question comes: in what sense is that appreciation tied to its setting, and what's around it? And while we fully accept that our development will change the setting of the boundary wall, and will change while we fully accept that it will change the setting of the boundary wall, it will not harm the significance of the boundary wall, and that's the key test here.
Ms. Casey or Mr. Spence, would you like to come back on?
Yeah, sorry. Can I just ask you to have a look at my Appendix A, which is technical methodology. It's around about page 10. Okay, so what we're illustrating here is just the scale of the proposed development relative to existing buildings. Now, what we should have done, and we didn't, was to include the buildings from Park Rose in these elevations, but they're not much taller than the properties on Snowy Field Away. The properties on Snowy Field Away are generally around about 8 metres high. The ones on Park Road are 9.5 metres high, something like that. But the two elevations that we're showing, the top one is relative to Charlotte House, which is the care home on Snowy Field Away, and the second one are the properties on Snowy Field Away. And the point I'm wanting to make is just the scale of these proposed buildings. It's one thing to talk about developing the sites, but it's another thing to think about or consider the change in urban morphology as a result of the development. What the proposals introduce are very tall buildings into an area of prevailing low development, two-storey development. And I think the point about the view from the lodge is that it's two-storey developments along Park Road, slightly bigger, slightly taller than the properties on Snowy Field Away. But you start to understand one of the key issues with this, the development is the scale of it relative to existing buildings in the view. You sort of pick it up in the view from the lodge, and it probably becomes a little bit more clear when we look at the viewpoints from Snowy Field Away. But I just wanted to make that point now, just because we can see the scale of the development relative to the properties on Park Road in the visualisation.
I accept that the visualization is there to help understand the visual change to the site, and I don't quibble with the description of the heights of the buildings. But again, it goes back to what is important about the heritage asset, and we've set it out in my evidence sets out the Porter's Lodge on page 32 and the boundary wall on page 33. An understanding of what is significant about this and how the development may or may not affect that significance. We conclude it in the instance of both the Porter's Lodge and the boundary wall that it will not harm the significance of the assets, and that's the key test. I appreciate understanding how the development will appear is important to gauging that impact, but it is about impact on significance, not just change to the surroundings.
Okay, perhaps we'll move on to the next asset, unless anyone's got any, Mr. Spence or the Society, like to raise any other points in relation to the lodge.
I think Mr. Spence has his hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Can't tell if that's old or not.
Mr. Spence, any more on
Sorry.
the lodge?
I think I just left it up from last time, so apologies. I'm happy to leave it there. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. So the lodge is obviously the gate to the park, and I will have a good look at that, which I'm looking forward to on Thursday. So, Mr. Bridgeland, any significant? What's the significance of the park, and then how does that relate or not to the appeal site?
obviously the park is one of the few capability brown landscapes which has remained almost unchanged since it was laid out. The first Duke and Duchess of Northumberland were a fairly remarkable couple in their own time. The Duchess was the daughter of the Duke of Somerset, but as a woman could not inherit the titles of the Duke. But the Duke of Somerset, knowing that he was, knowing he's reaching the end of his life and wanting to make sure that his daughter was placed in society, made sure that the remarkable Mr. Smithson, who she had married, was made the Earl of Northumberland on the Duke's death. So they took over the estate, the Northumberland estates, at a time when there would have been questions, I think, a little bit about Mr. Smithson's status. They were basically a remarkable couple who decided to really make a splash. So they hired Robert Adam for the house and Capability Brown for the gardens to make a statement about their taste, their wealth, and to be effectively thought leaders, in modern parlance, for society at the time. And the Capability Brown Garden has to be seen in that context. Now, dealing with an almost entirely flat site, Capability Brown had his work cut out to try and create an interesting landscape. So the two serpentine lakes in the park are dug by him, or by men under his command at least. But they didn't give him a blank canvas. He worked with an existing landscape which had been very badly affected by an incredibly hard winter, which had killed a lot of the trees. But things like the avenue, which comes straight out from Zion House, is a very un-Capability Brown feature, the planted avenue leading towards the Wyatt Bridge. But he incorporated that into the landscaping, working with Robert Adam hand in hand, which is an unusual arrangement for them. So two of the most important architects, landscape and buildings of their age. And the level of preservation of Brown's design is incredibly high. Brown also redesigned Kew Gardens, but there's very little surviving of Brown's work at Kew Gardens now. It's been, because of the history of Kew, it's had so many later replannings. So it's no surprise, therefore, that the landscape at Zion is reflected as a Grade 1 registered landscape. There are it's incredibly intact by an internationally important landscape designer for truly remarkable clients at the time.
Okay. Mr. Spence, anything to comment on in terms of the significance of the park? I'll ask Mr. Bridgeland then to comment on the appeal site again. How does the appeal site contribute or not?
Okay, just in terms of my background is a landscape architect, and I'm not a historic sort of specialist. I recognise the importance of Zion Park and House, and I'm very interested in what Mr. Bridgeland's got to say, and do not disagree with anything he said, and find it very interesting.
Okay. So Mr. Bridgeland, does the appeal site contribute to the setting of the park?
Currently, it doesn't, in that the park is intended to be oblivious to what's outside it. That's the whole point of the park. It's a world in itself. So the fact that you cannot see the site from within the park means it's entirely neutral in terms of what effect it has on your appreciation of the park.
Okay, Miss Casey or Mr. Spence, would you like to respond?
Nothing to add to that.
Right. Okay. So.
Nothing to add from me as well.
Okay. So, I mean, is there any point that this is obviously an approach to the park, and in that approach to that experience, what would one be expecting as you go into the park?
The approach to the park has obviously changed a lot. The park used to be surrounded by agricultural land, which clearly it isn't anymore. So currently the aesthetic appreciation of the approach to the park is that green corridor, which I contend our development will maintain. But it isn't an approach which is sacrosanct. It's not a designed approach by Brown. He simply moved the road to give the parkland a bit more space.
Okay, so just to paraphrase, you're suggesting that yeah, Brown wasn't interested in what was happening beyond the wall, and it's changed.
Yes, yes, it doesn't contribute in any meaningful way to the significance, in that a modern visitor has that slight breathing space of greenery as they come down sort of the green tunnel. That will be maintained through the landscaping proposals.
Okay, right. I did, partly for sake of completeness, put Scion House on there. You're probably going to tell me you've got nothing to add, but I'm not twisting your arm in any way.
I like to think I've waxed lyrical in my evidence about Scion House. I think anybody who's heard me talk about it knows how important I feel Scion House is as a Grade 1 listed building. It is, I would say, actually the top, right up at the top rank of those Grade 1 listed buildings. A remarkable history dating right back to the late Middle Ages, and with the input of some truly remarkable designers. Robert Adams' work there is Robert Adam considered to be some of his most important work. It forms the first chapter in his the publications of his which he prepared of his own work. The building's importance cannot be understated. I mean, this is where Lady Jane Grey was told that she was queen. All the way through history, it has been one of the key seats all the way along this stretch of the Thames, from London up to Hampton Court. Zion has been one of them. Most of them have gone. Zion's survival is truly remarkable, with this fantastic setting of the park it sits within. The importance of the interiors we'll see on the site visit, I hope will come across. But Robert Adam is one of the very few British architects who has an international reputation. And even now people talk about Adam's style, maybe not even knowing who Adam was, but he has been so hugely influential in British architecture. And this is where there was a wonderful coalescence of a wealthy and enlightened patron and an architect very keen to make his mark, a very skilled architect very keen to make his mark.
Okay, I take it Society and Mr. Spence happy to move on to, okay, so the next asset on the list is All Saints Church, and viewpoint F, I think, Mr. Spence, you had some particular comments about. Perhaps we'll start with you this time, and I'll pass the baton over in due course. So, Mr. Spence, would you like to comment about, I think, viewpoint F you particularly pick out?
Okay. I think viewpoint F, was that not Park Rose? The view down Park Rose? Viewpoint for me, in my evidence. We've got viewpoint E, which is the view across the Thames of All Saints Church and its relationship with Sion House and the development sites. So there's viewpoint E. We've also got the views from within the conservation area, viewpoints D, D1 and D2.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Viewpoint F for me was Up Park Road, so that's got no relevance to All Saints Church. We can start with E, which is basically the view from the southern side of the Thames, looking across the Thames towards All Saints Church and the allotments area to the side.
Yes, by all means, please start with that then.
Okay, I think one of the interesting things to look at with this view is in my technical methodology. So if you go back to my Appendix A, and it's about presentation of imagery by the appellant in their heritage and impact assessment. If you have a look at page 3, 4 and 5. So if we start with page 3, this is the appellant's view across the Thames, and I'm presenting it at the size it was presented in the document. Okay, and the first thing to look at on page 3 is where I've got I'll just wait for you, so you just...
Yeah, okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's page 3 of my technical methodology. That's Appendix A. Yeah, I don't think you're quite there, sir.
Let me get the paper copy.
Yeah, if you have a look at the paper copy, and have a look at page 3.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what I've done here is present the appellants of image. I'm showing sort of basically some graticules around or some sort of some points, 4 red points around the sides of the photograph, showing where the point of perspective is. If you drew a line between the left and right arrows and the top and bottom arrows, you've got a point in the middle, which is the point, what we call the point of perspective, which is what we use for producing 3D modeling and how we sort of generate the accurate visualizations. I'm explaining this because I think it's relevant to maybe sort of other conversations we have about sort of what technical approach we should be following. But basically, 1990 used a 24mm lens to generate this view, and what you'll see is this sort of more sky balance and less townscape. So it's about two-thirds sky and 1/3 townscape, looking sort of vertically, which sort of diminishes the townscape in the view and accentuates the sky. And if we then move on to the next page, page 4, this is the same view from the same location, taken with a 50mm lens. Now, there's been a lot of work on photography and visualization work over the last 15, 20 years to look at sort of lenses, how we take photographs, how we present them in landscape visual assessments or townscape visual assessments or heritage impact assessments. And we're looking at sort of how to present them. And the 50mm lens is the lens we should be using. There was a bit of a criticism of the technical guidance note 0619 by the Landscape Institutes, which was actually the idea of it was to try and draw together all the guidance, which included the LVMF or the London Views Management Framework, the work by SNH in Scotland on wind farm visualisations, plus the Highland Councils. There's been a lot of technical work going on around the country to understand how to take photographs and present them so that you, the public, and professionals can understand precisely how the work's been carried out. And what I try to do in my technical methodology is try to walk you through how to do this and the difference it makes. So what we've got is that original 24mm image by 1990, the image on page 4 by myself, which is a single frame image, and then the next image, which is page 5, which is the equivalent of a 75mm photograph from the same location. And all that is that 50mm image increased in size by 50%. And the idea is that on page 4, that photograph, if you held it up in acetate, close one eye, you'd be able to line it up perfectly with that view. Okay, if you stood where the photograph was taken on an acetate, you'd hold it up and it'd give you a great deal of confidence in the photography. But when you look at it with 2 eyes, it would look too small. So what we've worked out is that the 75mm image, which is on page 5, gives you that better representation of what you see with in terms of binocular, so normal human view. So page 4 and 5 is basically what we see as, normally looking from that viewpoint. And I presented that in my technical methodology to compare or contrast with the way the appellant presented their image in the townscape and their townscape and visual impact or heritage and townscape visual impact assessments, just to show you how things have moved on and the way we should be presenting imagery, because it gives everyone a lot of confidence. So I just want to touch on that before we go to have a look at the visualization that we produced, which is in Appendix B. So if you move to Appendix B, which is the larger document, you'll see viewpoint E with the showing the relationship of All Saints Church to the proposed development. Okay, so and what we clearly see from this particular viewpoint is that the development will not be visible. It's hidden. It's screened by all the intervening trees. These trees won't be removed as part of the proposal, so there will be no view from that viewpoint on the south side of the Thames. So that gives everyone a lot of comfort. The work done originally by the appellant, I've got no criticism in terms of 3D modelling. My criticism is the way it's been presented with a 24mm lens, which doesn't present the image in the way that the human experiences it from that viewpoint. And I encourage you, Inspector, to take a look for yourself on site at those different images. Have a look at the appellant's original imagery, have a look at the imagery that I present in my technical methodology, and then this view. So all I'm trying to explain there is the way that knowledge has moved on in terms of how we actually present these visualizations and how we take the photographs. So that's viewpoint E. What I also did, I was interested in sort of the view from the conservation area, which is viewpoint D. I was interested also in the view as you approach the church, which I've shown in viewpoint D1 and D2. And what we've presented is where the developments will sit in those two views. So D1, I'm quite comfortable. It's basically going to be hardly visible.
Sorry, Mr. Spence, can we?
D2.
Sorry, Mr. Spence, can we deal with one viewpoint at a time? Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about sorry.
Yeah, if we could deal with.
I was just talking about the 3 viewpoints I've got for All Saints Church. Yeah, so we're just dealing with viewpoint E.
Yeah, if we could deal with that probably one at a time. perhaps
Okay,
I'll ask
yeah.
Mr. Bridgeland to respond in terms of viewpoint E.
Certainly, to return the favour, I suppose, to Mr. Spence. I'm not a specialist when it comes to focal lengths of and the technical requirements of these views. What I would say, though, is that while I don't dispute anything Mr. Spencer said about the appropriate viewpoint, appropriate focal lengths, and the size of images. What I would say is when it comes to appreciating the church, you need to understand this wider context. You need to understand how it visually, how it relates. So while the preparation of these visualizations is very helpful in showing that the development will not be visible in this view, and it gives a lot of reassurance, and I'm very happy to see it confirmed by Mr. Spencer's visualizations. There's also another purpose for the decision maker in understanding viewpoints, that actually there's also that, especially for heritage assets, it can be a useful way of understanding how they're setting, how these buildings relate to their setting.
Okay, so Mr. Spence, is it just in terms of evidence then that you accept that the development would be screened by from the river?
I do accept that, yes.
Yeah, so is that different in winter?
Well, that is a very good question, and it's not one I can actually answer. Perhaps it would be very interesting to see that view in winter, and there would be certainly a change in leaf cover. There's quite a lot of trees in that view. Trees, by the way, in terms of the branches and twigs and trunks, there will be a certain degree of screening. Without having seen the same view in winter, it's difficult to know whether there's a clear view through or not. But I can't make out any of the buildings on Park Road in there in the summer. In the winter, possibly, but it's just pure speculation.
Mr. Bridgeland, would you like to respond on winter?
Yes, we haven't prepared any winter visualizations because actually in discussions with the local authority they were never requested, is a short answer, effectively. I would say there are some evergreen trees within the cemetery, which would obviously remain during winter views, but we've got quite a lot of tree belt here. I think it would be, I think it's reasonable to say that if there was any visibility at all, it's going to be really quite, it's going to be quite difficult to discern. In terms of the preparation of our visualizations, as I said, we weren't asked to provide winter views, but also we have been consistently following the LVMF recommendations rather than the Townscape Institute guidelines, because the LVMF is the local authority adopted methodology for preparing these visualizations.
Yeah, okay. I think there was a winter view, if I'm right, in the heritage statement, but it was only sort of small and was slightly off sort of the sight line, so I didn't get much from it.
No, I think it was prepared to show the survey point rather than necessarily to show the view. It's
okay, but okay,
yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, Mr. Spence, I interrupted you moments ago. You were going to move on from.
Yeah. So no, I can just go back to that point about the LVMF. Now I know the LVMF thoroughly, and the LVMF includes the 50mm lens. Okay, it's not 24mm tilt shift. It doesn't actually mention the 24mm tilt shift lens. We're getting a bit technical now, but it's very clear, and I've mentioned it in my evidence. There's a paragraph about in LVMF about how to generate these panoramas. Now, the LVMF was designed to protect the key London views in central London. So in terms of what we did as within the Landscape Institute, we tried to use some of the knowledge from LVMF and, as I said, the other guidance bodies, and draw it all together. So what we're doing here within the Landscape Institute is no different to the LVMF. The LVMF and the way that 1990 have produced their visualizations is that they've used a lens that wasn't necessary. It wasn't a 50mm lens, could have done what I've done here. So they've used the wrong lens and their images in a way that wasn't actually necessary. So the LVMF, if you read through it, the 50mm lens is used throughout in the panoramas. The 24mm tilt shift lens is used in specific locations where you're very close to a development and you cannot capture the vertical extent of development. So that there are situations where work, but none of the viewpoints that 1990 have used actually required the 24mm lens. So it's important to understand that LVMF, well, it is relevant, but it actually fed into the Landscape Institute technology. But sorry, I've just got some feedback there on the microphone. Yeah, but it's not. There's no real difference between what we've done here and LVMF.
Okay. I interrupted you earlier. I think you were going to move on from viewpoint.
Sir.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, I want what I would say. I appreciate that Mr. Spencer's expertise in this technical area, but fundamentally, as set out in the Landscape Institute's own guidance, and I deal with it in my rebuttal at 3.18, that the visualization should provide a fair representation of what would likely to be seen if the proposed development is implemented. And I think we still can contend that the 1990 visualizations are a better illustration of what it would be like to stand on that spot than the black and white with red clouds for tree removal, which Mr. Spencer's prepared in usefully diagrammatically, but they don't fulfill that purpose of showing what is likely to be seen if you're actually standing on the site.
So just before we move on to D, Miss Casey just had something to add on E, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just concerned that it's almost been 3 years since these original visualizations were done by 1990. And there should have been really opportunity to emphasize the winter aspect. And that tree screening does remain kind of unexplored. And it's of concern to us, not just in that wide view across the Thames, which is so important, but also from within the site as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there is a view, I've got it up now, figure 4.1 digitally on page 19 of the heritage assessment, but it doesn't really go to the full view corridor of the site, and there's no explanation of the length or anything. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, can I just say just one of the things following on Mr. Bridgeland's point about the visualizations. If you look at the 1990 visual, there's only one where they produced the photorealistic view, and that's viewpoint B. The other viewpoints are all in a similar technique to the way that we've presented them. So in terms of, if we're putting all our eggs into one basket in terms of viewpoint B, I've already made the points about, illustrating the worst case scenario. There's no suggestion about materiality in that in terms of the building. It's quite weak in terms of a photorealistic visualization. And I think the other point, and this is relevant to all the viewpoints, is that you need to show the full extent of the site and understand where it's going to potentially have an impact. So when we then move on to other viewpoints like viewpoint A, and we're looking up Park Road. What you're not getting, you'll see on the appellant's visualisations, it doesn't show the full extent of the site. So although it does disappear behind the houses, if you look at our comparable visualisation, we show the full extent of the site from every single viewpoint. And it's important that we understand, you know, where the development sits in that viewpoint. And it's something that isn't followed through by the 1990 visualizations, where they can't fit it on the 24mm lens, they just stop. And that is not the purpose of visualization work. Visualization work, we need to illustrate the full development, not just parts of it.
Okay, can we move on, Mr. Spence, to, you were going to mention viewpoint E a few moments ago. Sorry, D. I think you're on mute, Mr. Spence.
Sorry, yeah, okay, hope I'm back on.
Can you start again? I don't think we heard you at all.
Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. So if we could look at the sequence in my appendix B of viewpoints D, D1 and D2. So D is basically the 1990 viewpoint. But what I've done here, I've presented it as a 90-degree view to show the setting of it, and it shows the relationship of the site to the church and the conservation area. Now, what this viewpoint raised to me was whether this was actually a suitable viewpoint to be included in the heritage impact assessment. One of the key points I've made in my proof of evidence is that we have 6 viewpoints in that visual assessment, 3 of which have got no view at all of the site. No view at all. And in terms of suitability, there were plenty of other viewpoints with potential views. So maybe not a question for the public inquiry, but if I was looking at sort of viewpoint selection, I would not be wanting to have 3 viewpoints with no view of the site. The viewpoint E is important. It's an important view from South of the Thames. So I understand why that's been included. If I was either the appellant or as the local authority officer, I'd be looking at D and saying, well, actually, this isn't really helping understand the developments in its context. So that's why we've produced viewpoints D1 and D2. So D1 is just on the footpath heading towards All Saints Church within the conservation area, and this gives a bit more of an open aspect towards the site. And you can see the site just lying to the left of the church tower and the scale of it in that view. And then walking past the church tower, we've got viewpoint D2, and what we start to see how the development then enters the aerial parts of the photograph. So viewpoint D, for me, it wasn't a very good viewpoint. It needed to be changed. It needs to be altered. D1 and D2 give a better idea about the scale of the developments in the views from within the church grounds.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
And I think the point about these 2 views is they're likely to be sort of glimpsed views, very minor views of the developments from within the grounds of All Saints Church.
Okay, Mr. Bridgeland, I'm not sure if you particularly need to comment on viewpoint D, but if you want to comment on views D and 2, I won't stop you.
I think the question of why viewpoint D is worth answering.
Okay.
And this was agreed with the local authority as part of the preparation of the applications. But I think it is important sometimes to show visualizations which show that there is going to be no visual impact, because actually that can be important to reassurance, especially when we're considering a series of heritage assets such as the listed houses along Church Street. So while sometimes it feels a little bit strange to illustrate a negative, but that is what we're doing here. I think we're demonstrating that actually the development will not be visible and will not have any impact on some listed buildings which are fairly close by. In terms of viewpoint D1 and D2, we accept that there will be the potential to see elements of the new development from the churchyard, and the scale of the buildings is such that they are almost bound to appear above the trees and through trees in winter. That said, the appreciation of the church and what is significant about the contribution that setting makes to the church is an important aspect of the judgment here.
So what would you say is the significance of the church then? Let's start from the first rung of the ladder.
Absolutely. Well, and first off, there's the historic importance that we've got a church which probably goes back to, in terms, is thought to be originally a Saxon establishment, but obviously with what we see now is a parish church dating from the tower dating from the 15th century, but which has been a key landmark for the settlement of Isleworth. So in terms of a communal and spiritual and sort of a symbol for the town of Isleworth on the river. And that's a key element of it, that the viewpoint from the river is what the building's almost always been designed to capture. The other views of it are quite difficult. We do get glimpsed views from the north. Even along Park Road, one of the key approaches, you only get very small glimpsed views of the church. So in terms of its setting, the setting to the north is, I would argue, is a far less sensitivity to, and makes far less contribution to the significance of the church than obviously the viewpoint E from the south, from across the river, where you can appreciate the relationship of the church to its historic settlement nearby, and the way in which those interrelate. The views from within the cemetery are less sensitive. You're already in a setting where you're aware of development nearby you. To get to the cemetery, you've gone through settlement. So on that basis, having more buildings screened by the existing vegetation and by the new planting, which will be visible, but it makes far less impact on the significance of the church itself.
Okay, Ms. Casey or Mr. Spence, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just in terms of the importance of the church and the views that can be seen of it from north of the site. Many documents and in the conservation area refer to the importance of wayfinding, and that is a significant view. And the Isleworth Society is concerned that that view may, even from the north, may well be impeded by some of the new development. And it particularly also in the churchyard itself, similar sort of view about winter cover, and the trees and impeding the view.
I would point out that a lot of this was addressed at the previous inquiry, where the scale of the scheme was larger, and the conclusion was that there would be no harm to the significance of the church, because of these issues about the views from the north making a far smaller contribution to the significance of the church than views from the south, views from the river.
Yeah, okay. Is there anything you want to particularly elaborate on? I'm not fully aware of all the evidence that's submitted to the last inspector, and as you're aware, I've still got a statutory duty under section 66.
Of course. No, I think just to reiterate that we feel that the significance of the church, the key test, will be maintained.
Okay, Mr. Spence, anything for you to comment on in terms of the significance, or are you happy to leave that as said?
Yeah, I'd just like to just make a point again about the scale of buildings. And could you just take a look at page 11 of my technical methodology, which shows a section through the church into the site.
I'll go with my memory, Mr. Spence. I haven't got it up, but if you can.
Okay, well, page 11 is basically the massing of the proposed development relative to All Saints Church, and I just want to make the point about the church tower being the height of it, the relatively low height of the main body of the church, and then the relationship with the proposed dwellings in that view. And it's just the section on page 11 is very helpful in illustrating that.
So I would point out that obviously in viewpoint E, which is actually the view you're going to get, the development is still not visible, despite this diagrammatic approach rather overemphasizes the contrast between the two, taking a section through the church at its very lowest point, albeit with the tower ghosted in the background. But this overemphasizes the relationship of increased point, that viewpoint E, the visualizations are prepared for that purpose, to help understand actually how this is visually going to work, because diagrams like this can be misleading.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
go on then, Mr. Spence.
So I take complete exception to that. There's no overemphasis at all. This is a real world sort of illustration of what the townscape scale and morphology will be if this development goes ahead. So it's making it very clear that there's no attempt to choose the lowest point of the church. It's showing the actual heights of the tower, heights of the main body of the building, and the relative scale of these buildings in that view. I accept the viewpoint E in the summer will certainly not change, but this illustrates accurately the change in urban morphology as a result of this this development.
I would say that to base it on one single section through cannot capture all changes to urban morphology. To base it on this is this is why visualizations are prepared. This is why all the material that the architects have worked on has been prepared. And what we've got here is a sense in which the site extent has been laid out in the plan, much to show the full red line boundary, whereas obviously the built form is much tighter in these sections, but also that one can demonstrate actually that the buildings closer to the church are slightly stepped down, but also the way in which the ground drops to the north is visible on these diagrams, but it really doesn't give you a proper understanding of the morphology of the townscape, and it doesn't give you any understanding of how this might affect the significance of the heritage assets which we're looking at here.
Okay, obviously,
I think you'll find that we've used the heights from the architect's elevations, and we've got accurate heights using a total station on site to work out the top of the All Saints Church and the lower building. So this is very accurate.
Sorry, Sarah, if Miss Casey could respond as well, if she may.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to refer to the significant parts from the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area. I'm referring particularly to 5.21 to 5.23. I'll just read those.
Yeah.
This character area is comprised of Isleworth River Thames frontage and the area immediately behind it, as well as the area off Park Road along the western edge of Syon Park. Park Road runs southward from London and Twickenham roads and is bounded on its east side by the high brick wall and mature trees of Syon Park. All Saints Churchyard, the Park Road allotments and Isleworth Cemetery are an important grouping of green open spaces which contribute to the character of the conservation area. And the grouping of the above provides a historic open space with monuments, cultivation spaces, shrubs, hedges, and mature trees. And due to the limited footfall, a much valued wildlife haven. We're speaking more about the environment tomorrow. And just the last point I want to make, that the difference between the comments made by the inspector in 2018 and where we're at now in 2023 is that we didn't have the benefit of Mike Spence's visualizations and a chance really to look at the scale of this development. So I just wanted to draw your attention to those two key points about the conservation area and also the difference in terms of 5 years hence from the inspector's report that we now have the benefit of additional information.
And visualizations were prepared for the previous scheme as for this scheme. And the reason why visualizations were prepared is because that is the reason visualizations are prepared is to give you an understanding of what the visual impact of the scheme will be. My concern about the use of the overemphasis on this section is that if you're standing if you're standing on the river side of the church blocks out most of the cemetery, let alone any development beyond anything visible beyond the cemetery. To simply try to reduce an understanding of impact to this section, while it may use entirely accurate level heights, I would argue that while it may be accurate, it's not a helpful illustration to make use of. In terms of the point about the conservation area, I've dealt with it in my principal evidence. In terms of understanding that when trying to identify what is important about the conservation area, it's important to think about the conservation area in the round. Some elements, as Historic England's own guidance says, some elements of the conservation area may not contribute at all to the significance of the conservation area. That these are complicated conglomerates of heritage assets in many ways, and that the significance of the conservation area is. I feel that the way in which the conservation area appraisal has addressed it and has focused on the view down Park Road as one of 5 key elements of the conservation area seems to place the view down Park Road on a par with all the listed buildings of the entire conservation area, which forms a later bullet in the conservation area appraisal. So it feels as though that because there is no ranking of what is important, we need to read that bullet point with that bulleted list with caution, because it doesn't provide an assessment of what is truly important about the conservation area. It identifies a sequence of elements, some of which are clearly very, very important to an appreciation of the conservation area, whereas the Park Road view feels as though it's, while it makes a contribution, it feels as though it is not of the same rank as the others.
Right. Any more on the church? And I'm also slightly conscious of the time, and we haven't had a comfort break and been going for 2 hours. But on the other hand, I don't particularly want to disrupt the flow, and also I don't want to risk the possibility of losing the connection. Are all parties okay to continue, or would you like a very short comfort break?
Yeah, a short comfort break would be welcome.
Can I make a plea that Mr. Spence, you don't log off and you stay there, and if we just adjourn just for 10 minutes, then if that's all right. So it's coming up to 12:04. So if we can resume at 12:15. And if you put yourself on mute, Mr. Spence, but don't log off, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Longbourn. My name is Ian Woods.
Yeah. 51, 58, 60 and 69 Church Street. So have the society got any views on the setting of those buildings and whether it includes the appeal site, and if so, any adverse effect?
No major issues.
No. Okay.
And we agreed, no impact.
Okay. Right. Okay. I've also got to consider the impact on Kew Gardens World Heritage Site. Have the society got any thoughts on that?
Just really the same query about winter screening.
Yeah.
The in terms of the so I'm just seeing if I can find a plan showing the extent of the World Heritage Site, because I think in the response to you, there was an assumption that from TIS.
There's one in the submission somewhere.
Yes,
I can't quite remember where.
The viewpoint E was relevant to the World Heritage Site. I think that was from the final submission from the Isleworth Society, whereas viewpoint E is about 500 meters from the edge of the World Heritage Site. It is within the buffer zone, but the buffer zone is different from the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
The buffer zone is effectively an attempt to define the extent of a setting.
Yes.
So yeah, we remain convinced that our development will have no impact on the World Heritage Site's significance or outstanding universal values.
Okay. We've sort of briefly touched on the conservation area in part, but I don't know if the society want to add anything more to elaborate on earlier discussions in terms of the conservation area.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Park Road Allotments site is an important aspect of the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area, created in 1972. So we're coming up to it almost being 51 years age in documentation, in a document which has been adopted by the council, even in its revised form. Just want to point out that Isleworth has been a riverside settlement for thousands of years and has a very rich history because of that very, very point. You will know from our evidence that there were recent excavations in the development of Charlotte House, which showed that the area just 1 meter away from Park Road Allotment site shows evidence of Iron Age features, Late Bronze Age features, and shows evidence of crop production. Now, it's clear that in this area, people have been meeting and growing food together as a community for a very, very long time, even before Sion Monastery was developed and lots of other places as well. If we fast forward now to the 18th century, Isleworth continued to develop along the river, and also it was important for its orchards and its market garden area. If we look at any of the maps of the local area in the 18th and 19th century, we can see all around the Park Road Allotment site the importance of market gardening. And in fact, William Stanborough, himself a very important landowner and person who owned market gardens himself, lived just in the area between All Saints Church and the actual allotments. We fast forward to 1917. We have the very generous gift from the 7th Duke of Northumberland of this important site to the community to be able to continue that food growing and allotment provision. Now, this is so important. In terms of Hounslow Zone policy, the values of gardens, allotments, and orchards are really recognised and stipulated in the Hounslows Biodiversity Action Plan. and where it estimated that over 40% of the borough was covered in orchards and market gardens before the land was swallowed up by buildings and hard surfacing. While they do not remain, some pieces of land have survived as a semi-natural habitat. Having not been used or heavily managed, these are likely to have an appreciable wildlife value in addition to their horticultural and heritage interest. In some places, all that remains is an odd fruit tree. Now, Park Road allotment site, having been non-intensively cultivated for over 100 years, has a significant amount of these assets. And if you look at any of the maps that have been provided of this area, apart from Syon Park itself and Isleworth Cemetery, this area of local open space is so significant and important. Now, the Isleworth Society proposes that, first of all, this loss of local open space, which is documented in the Isleworth Conservation Area as being of importance, for that to go, it would devastate the area, and it's something that's incredibly important to the community. Any destruction of something that's valuable is in itself a great harm. But this site provides local open space. It's a dedicated green area. It's a wildlife corridor with plenty of importance for the environment, which we'll touch on tomorrow. All of that aside, the Isleworth Society is particularly concerned that aspects of this specific development are concerned as well. And we raise those in terms of the scale of the development, as mentioned by Mike Spence, in terms of the significance of the tree removal, and the question mark about the winter screening. So our main argument is that this is loss of local open space, which is a very important aspect. And the site also has significant heritage aspects. That will be the case whatever the development. We've also drawn attention to some key features of this development.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you. There's quite a lot there. I would start off by pointing out that I believe that the Isleworth Society has withdrawn Mr. Laurie's evidence about the market gardening relationship with the site. If not, it is covered.
Yeah.
If not, it's covered in some length in my rebuttal. Yeah. This is one site. While Isleworth has an acknowledged history of market gardening, it was an important part of its 18th and 19th century character. This site did not contribute to that, and has been. All historical records show that either as ploughed land or pasture. Until 1917, when it wasn't gifted to the people, it was let to the local authority. So all the references to Mr. Stanborough as a neighbour are it's part of the local history, but I don't think it needs to. It has very little weight to what very little relevance to what we're discussing about this site. This site was historically an area for grazing, and its contribution to the conservation area. Therefore, if Isleworth is important for its market gardening, this site did not contribute to that market gardening. So it seems strange to try and have it both ways. But now the other aspect I would say is actually is the visual appreciation of the site. In terms of the views down Park Road, the views from the cemetery, that the views down Park Road are an important approach to Isleworth, to Old Isleworth and the front. And as I know I'm repeating myself here, but the idea of it as a wooded lane leading down to the edge will be retained by the development. And the only other place within the core of the historic town where you get some sense, where you'll be able to see it, is really from within the cemetery. where, as we were talking before the break, you will see the closest bit of development will be at the furthest bit from the furthest part of the cemetery from the church, with the development running back from that. And we're still talking about 80 meters distance for very well-designed buildings in a cemetery where you can see other buildings around it. So we feel that our development has been very carefully considered. It ties in with the conservation area character in terms of taking cues from the existing buildings, in terms of architectural features, and in terms of materials. And on that basis, we feel that it will provide a neutral impact on the conservation area.
Just in terms of its character, leaving aside the market garden, historic association, is it fair to say, and the society raised this in their proof and just now, about its riverside character and the riverside evolution? Because isn't it fair to say the historic maps do show certainly a concentration of buildings around the river area, and less so as we go sort of north of the church, if I've got my aspects right. But certainly aside from the church, thereafter, it's fairly open until the hospital decided to build on there, of course. Is that a fair comment?
There was always a fair amount of development back there. When you look at some of the maps which are reproduced in my rebuttal, you'll see actually there are quite a few houses in among, probably farmhouses and stables and things in amongst that development. So yes, it's true. The core of the site has always been the core of the settlement has always been on the river, but we're not talking about Highland fishing village here, where there's just bleak waste behind it. We're talking about a fully occupied landscape of agricultural landscape historically.
Yeah. So you would have seen historically that landscape being cultivated. I mean, you mentioned the Peel site is grazing, so it would have had some kind of built presence, albeit dispersed for agricultural or market garden.
Yeah, scattered farms, that sort of thing.
Scattered farms, okay. Right. Okay. And I think you said that you felt the design didn't disrupt that. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, the conservation area has a very it has a very, very, very varied character. And that's one of its great charms. The views along on Church Street. You get the impression that everyone was deliberately trying to make their building look different from the next one, and that's part of the charm. Is this wonderfully picturesque view? But it also means that there's no one key architectural style or architectural material that must be followed in order to fit in. This isn't Georgian Bath. This is a far more varied setup. So what Mr. Van and his team have done is actually look for cues around the site. So the 20th century elements of the church with their arches have informed some of the key architectural features of the new development. The use of London stock brick has responded to the use of London stock brick elsewhere in the site. In particular, the boundary wall we were talking about earlier is built of the same sort of brick. So the use of pitched roofs was something which was worked through with the local planning authority at a very early stage to try to make sure that those sorts of forms and that sort of character complements, though doesn't mimic necessarily anything in the conservation area, but produces buildings of a very high quality.
Yes, Ms. Casey.
I just want to refer to the Riverside Conservation Appraisal again, to section 11.1 at the end, when the SWOT analysis is done, and referring to the strengths. And there's reference there to the Park Road allotments provide a green buffer to the riverside settlement, separating it from the more urban areas to the north.
Sorry, I don't have the document in front of me yet.
That's the conservation area.
Isleworth Riverside Conservation Appraisal.
I've got, sorry, I'm just about there.
Sorry, page 49.
Page 49, thank you. Yeah, this goes back a little bit to what I was saying earlier about the importance of making sure that things are kept in perspective a little bit when you're dealing with such a varied conservation area. That this bullet-pointed list starts off with something saying that the old villages are recognisable as a compact settlement of small and often historic buildings along the Thames with the parish church. This is clearly a useful fundamental understanding of what the history of the conservation area. It then moves on to talk about the Park Road allotments as a green buffer before mentioning Zion House later on, which is arguably the most important building in the single building in the conservation area in terms of heritage significance, and yet is thrown in with the Park Road, the role of the Park Road allotments as a green buffer, and further down the list comes all its listed and locally listed buildings. We need to be clear when looking at this this list that there is no ranking prepared here about what is truly significant about the site. Name checking the Park Road allotments as a green buffer, we agree that view down Park Road is where one sort of catches one's breath with a bit of greenery before you get to Old Isleworth. That is a valuable approach, but to talk about it in the same, effectively with a similar ranking, because there is no ranking provided under these strengths, skews the appreciation rather.
Would you like to come back, or I'm not necessarily saying you must, but it's up to you. I'm giving you the opportunity.
I don't think we were suggesting a priority order. We were just merely suggesting that the inclusion and reference to the Park Road allotments in this site is a strength. And that's the point, really, we wanted to address to this inquiry.
Sorry, could I clarify? This is a local authority document, isn't it? Not a Isleworth Society document.
No.
Yeah,
it's the Isleworth Conservation Riverside Appraisal, Isleworth Conservation Riverside Appraisal. And just to refer to one other point, I did read out earlier about the important collection of places referred to Park Road allotments in connection with Isleworth Cemetery, in connection also with All Saints Church. And that grouping, each aspect is important in its own, but the grouping also is incredibly important. And I just wanted to remind about that at this stage.
In part of my evidence, I think it may be in the rebuttal or the main part, I touch on the what has changed since the production of the new appraisal, which has appeared, which was adopted following immediately following the last inquiry. There's nothing in the document which explains why the Park Road allotments are now considered to be important when all the other assessments previous to that date had concluded that the changes would have no impact on the character and on the significance of the conservation area. So we have a document where the Park Road allotment appears quite prominently in the document, produced in the immediate wake of the last inquiry, And I would argue it appears maybe too prominently in comparison with other things, and where there's very little justification to explaining why the Park Road allotments are considered to be important, other than the statement that they are important. As I've explained in terms of their history to the area, that they do not contribute to its role as a market garden, that they may have we accept the approach down Park Road as a leafy approach, as a green buffer, is important to one's sense of arrival at Old Isleworth, but the site itself makes very little contribution to what is significant about the conservation area.
Mr. Grant, is it fair for me to ask the council if they could elaborate on why the changes are made to the conservation area appraisal? Or
Yes, that's fine. Mr. Doran is here and he can assist you with that.
Yeah.
I've got to say I'm a little bit confused by the point that was being made, to be honest with you, because as far as I can remember, the previous appraisal did make reference to Park Road allotments, the one that this one replaced.
Well, there was changes to the document, and is it possible to know why the change was made? So there's.
Well, it was through several rounds of consultation. This is quite a lengthy process, so not all of them took place after the inquiry. In fact, some of them took place before, and some of the changes were made before. So obviously, I've come into this court, and it's 5 years ago. So without going back through the paperwork, I couldn't say about what response led to which change.
Okay, so it's a council produced document adopted by the council. So you go out to consultation to relevant parties, societies, interest groups, and so that would have been over a process of 3-4 weeks or something.
It was 3 weeks the first time, and I think about 3 weeks the second and third time as well. Yes.
Right. So and then there's a report to the council's committee.
Yeah, it goes to cabinet and with all the detailed responses and why changes were made. So
right.
And it was approved by cabinet in October 2021.
Right. Okay. I mean, I appreciate you may not have been at the council at the time, but do you know why the changes were made and the rationale?
To my knowledge, like I say, without going back through everything, which I'd need more time to do rather than being put on the spot, but the open space element was in the previous appraisal,
right?
And the contribution that the allotments made to that has always been considered to be the same. So I'm a little bit confused about why it's being said that we've inserted it when it's always been a consideration. It's always come through in the responses. Likewise, I have to say I'm a little bit confused about the ranking issue because it's not something that's ordinarily done in conservation area appraisals.
Well, I'll give Mr. Bridgeland a chance to comment specifically on that in a minute. Okay, so
I mean, I can provide an answer for you, but I'd need time to go back through the paperwork.
Well, the trouble is we're dealing with this issue now, so unless it's done in written submissions, then I can't sort of deal with it unless it's under written submissions. But I mean, if a report is available to the cabinet, then if that could be circulated, and then I would then have to give both parties a chance to comment in writing if they wish to.
I have to say, we have conducted the forensic archaeology process so as to identify changes between the documents, hence it being included. If we've got that wrong, we can be corrected. Otherwise, I don't see any value in a forensic archaeological process.
Okay.
We've made the point that we have. Whether it's necessary or not to rank features in importance, in a sense, is an academic discussion, which doubtless the conservation experts are interested in. But the key point for you, of course, is what you accept about what's characteristic about the character and appearance of the conservation area, what's important, and the extent to which the appeal site has the appeal proposal has respected it. So I'm not myself convinced that this exercise, which is going to put everybody to work and trouble, is really particularly profitable.
Okay.
So
that's fine.
For my part, I think we can probably just leave that to rest.
Yeah.
And then touch on it in closing if we need to.
Fine. That's fine. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah.
Can I elaborate on that point in one way, which is to say that if you took the view that it was going to be material to you to understand the point about whether or not there was a change of the change that we've been discussing between the previous appraisal and the later appraisal, then if you took that view, we'd be grateful for an indication so that we can confirm one way or the other.
Such appraisals are there to inform a decision maker, and I'm happy that I can look at it and without that in mind. So,
thank you very much.
So thank you. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you do want to respond in terms of the ranking or not, or you're happy to leave that.
It was one point of information, which is the earlier appraisal is producer E9 in the core documents. So that's the pre-21 appraisal. But in terms of the ranking, I mean, it goes back to the Historic England's guidance on managing significance in the historic environment, which talks about you need to understand the nature of the significance, the extent of the significance, and the actual importance of it, because you can understand that why something is important, but understanding that it's important because it's a beautiful painting. Well, is it by Leonardo da Vinci or is it not? It's the ranking is important for that decision-making process.
Okay, I don't think we need to go too much further in that. Right, I think that is all that was on my list, because I think the section 106 works we were leaving for examination and evidence in chief. So I don't know if anyone else would like to add anything, any other asset that should have been considered, non-designated or heritage listed asset.
No, sir.
No. Mr. Bridgeland, anything more from your point of view?
I'm just looking worriedly at my colleagues right now, but I think I've said enough.
Oh, well, if I go to Mr. Spence. Okay. Mr. Spence, anything to add from your point of view?
Yeah, just one thing. I'm just picking up on something Mr. Bridgeland said earlier on in terms of this section not being helpful, section DD through the site. Now, there is actually a section or elevation that the appellant produced as part of their planning application, which is also section DD, which goes through the same area of the site, but falls short of taking in the church. So in terms of producing these elevations or sections, this is standard architectural practice. Visualizations are really helpful, but understanding some townscape impacts, it's important to recognise that visualizations only go so far. We need to understand the scale of the development. So I'd recommend the inspector to have a look at the section DD by the appellant. One of the things I'd also point out about their section DD, you probably won't be able to find it now, but if you look at the height of the trees in their section, they're taller than the tallest proposed buildings within the site. Now, as Mr. Bridgeland said, the trees within the site are generally sort of about 9 and 15 metres in height, but these trees shown in the elevation are too tall. They look to me to be about 18 metres in height. So there's just a bit of a question for me about the way these elevations have been produced. Our elevations and sections can be checked by anybody. We've used information by the appellant, and we think they are fit for purpose. And rather than being not helpful, they're actually very helpful indeed.
Mr. Bridgeland, do you need a moment to get them up, or are you? Okay.
So I think we're fine on that point. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if I'll obviously have a look at the Mr. Spence and come to view. Right. If no one else has got anything else to raise, we'll end the heritage aspects there. Right. Okay. So the next item on the agenda will be the open space aspects, and we'll start with formal examination. Normal PIN's guidance is an hour for lunch, and I don't intend to shorten that for any way. So we're coming up to nearly 10 to 1 now. So if we could resume at 10 to 2, if that's all right.
So can I
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
One matter about programming,
Yeah.
we're bang on course at the moment, but just in terms of making certainly the examination in chief as efficient as I can this afternoon, can I, for your benefit and those of others, tell you now which documents I may go to during that, so that
would be very helpful.
Reduces delays. Obviously, Mr. Hall's proof and appendices, Ms. Roberts' proof and rebuttal proof, and Mr. Bridgeland's proof. And then in terms of policy, the MPPF, which is at core document D1, the London plan, which is at D3, the local plan, which is at D8, and then in terms of other documents, the 2018 open space study, which is at E1, the allotment strategy E3, the previous appeal decision letter F1, the ACV judgment G1, and lastly, the statement of community involvement B19. I may not have to go to all of them, but I don't expect to go to any, I hope, outside of that list.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott.
Just in terms of our programme, now this is me, I'm afraid, being a bit dim, but I'd had a recollection that we were going to interpose some members of the public who specifically wanted to speak, and I had thought that was between the Heritage Roundtable and the Council's examination in chief, so I thought we were doing that rather than going straight into
thank you for the reminder. We had Amanda, a statement from Tim and Amanda Holt, who were due to participate.
I think Amanda Holt, actually came along yesterday afternoon.
She did. There's also Mr. Woods, who, there you are, Mr. Woods. I hadn't seen you. Mr. Woods did see me earlier, and I reminded him I couldn't speak to him unless it's an open session. So forgive my rudeness in that respect, Mr. Woods. I'm wondering if it's not quite 1 o'clock, if you'd like to make your statement now, Mr. Woods, if that's convenient, and then.
I'd be happy to do that. It can irritate other members of the assembly company.
Sorry, in case it assists, my note also says that there was a Mr. Dixon who wanted to speak as well.
Yeah, now he's on behalf of the National Allotments Society, isn't he?
Is there also, Mr. Woods, good afternoon to you. I wonder whether you've got a copy of your prepared speaking note, which we could have.
Yes.
Yep, we could make copies of that over lunchtime. If we've also got to hear Mr. Dixon, then perhaps we can hear both gentlemen after lunch once we've got their material.
Yes,
would that work?
Yeah, I think that sounds sensible. Is Mr. Dixon in the room? Oh, right. Good afternoon now. Okay, so. Well, if we resume then at 2 o'clock then, and we'll start with Mr. Woods and then Mr. Dickinson, and then we'll move on to formal evidence then.
Thank you very much. If the council could help us by doing that photocopying, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. If you've got statements, then we can get them organised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the inquiry is adjourned till 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spence. Okay, it's 2:00, so the inquiry is resumed. I think we're about to hear from Mr. Wood. So as a local resident, so if you could come up and take a stand here. Mr. Grant, it's more a request to Mr. Hall, actually. As you're aware, I have to list all those participating and speaking. So I will have to record the conservation officer's participation. So could you kindly drop the case officer a line with the conservation officer's names, qualification and his job title, just to help me. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Woods, floor's yours. I should actually say, also advise you technically, the appellant's barrister has the right to ask you any questions she wishes to.
I understand that. Thank you. Firstly, may I thank the inquiry for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to stress that I'm speaking in my private capacity as a local resident. I have no affiliations, but several friends and neighbours have encouraged me to speak, and that's why I'm here. My wife and I are fortunate to have lived in Church Street, Isleworth, in the immediate vicinity of the Park Road allotments for 16 years. The local environment, as everybody here will be aware, is delightful. We have swans, herons, egrets, several varieties of ducks on the Thames. We have a 14th century church tower and a 17th century plague pit. JMW Turner thought the landscape so beautiful that he rented a house opposite the church in 1805 and 1806 and painted and sketched along the Isleworth riverside. There are woodpeckers, owls, bats, urban foxes, and badgers, thanks to the mature trees and the ancient green space offered by the Park Road allotments. When the Duke of Northumberland gave the local community a 100-year lease on this land in 1917, I think we can be confident that he did not imagine that his descendant, the 12th Duke, would mount an expensive campaign to override the clear views of the local community and the local council in an attempt to destroy this precious green environment. He would have been appalled, and so, I think, would JMW Turner. The Percy family, who've owned the Zion estate for nearly 300 years, have a somewhat curious relationship with their London home. Unlike his predecessors, the 12th Duke spends as little time at Zion as possible. I can't remember the last time I saw the Percy flag flying over Zion House. I gather the Duke doesn't care for the aircraft noise, which is a feature of life for ordinary West Londoners. Not unreasonably, since he is the Duke of Northumberland, Ralph Percy spends almost all his time in Northumberland at his main family seat, Alnwick Castle. The Duke's estates run to over 100,000 acres. The estate directly manages 20,000 acres of farmland and 4,000 acres of forestry, with approximately 100 tenant farmers managing the remainder. At least, such was the situation until recently. England's largest land sale in 30 years is currently taking place. Lord Max Percy, the Duke's youngest child, is offering the 9,500 acre Rothbury estate in Northumberland, which has been in the hands of the Percy family since 1332, for an asking price of £35 million. What has this got to do with the Park Road allotments? Well, to be blunt, Ralph Percy is one of the richest men in this country, with net wealth estimated at £370 million. Richer than the king, as has been said in the press recently. In 2017, he was 15th in the rich list. He doesn't need to build 80 flats on Isleworth's remaining sliver of precious, biodiverse green space in order to finance £13 million of repairs he claims are needed at Zion House. Zion House has recently been used as the film set for the hugely popular TV series Bridgerton, and in the past has also been used as the set for Downton Abbey. Meanwhile, Alnwick has been the setting for at least 2 Harry Potter films. And something else, wasn't planning permission for the building of the Hilton Hotel in the grounds of Zion House granted to provide the Duke with funds to maintain Zion House? Are we about to allow the same wool to be pulled over our eyes again? No, Ralph Percy is not interested in the local community and its strongly expressed views about his determination to build on the allotments granted to them by Ralph's ancestor. He sees no reason to spend some of the immense profits of his Northumberland estates on repairs to Zion, or for that matter, those of Albury Park, another large estate owned by Ralph in Surrey. If this latest public inquiry once again rejects the plans of the Northumberland estate, as it should, we have no need to feel sorry for Ralph Percy, whose ambitions to destroy the Park Road allotments are in the worst traditions of selfish greed. Thank you very much for listening.
If you stay there for a moment, Mr. Woods, I think I've probably got a question, but Miss Murphy's got one, which might be my question. So go on.
Don't wish to steal your
No. You carry on.
Afternoon to you, Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon.
Your property is on Church Street, I think, is it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And it's part of the conservation area, isn't it?
It's part of the conservation area, although our house is a modest, terraced, red brick, 30-year-old property.
Yeah. That's the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when you're referring in your document to Isleworth, is that an area which is basically encompassed by the conservation area? Is that what you have in mind?
I think you can take that to mean whatever you like. Old Isleworth is the Isleworth Riverside. Our address is Isleworth.
Yeah. Okay. Could you look at one of the core documents for me? That's CDE 7, which is the conservation area appraisal. I'm going to have that just brought up to you in a sort of electronic format. Now, I'm hoping that what you have in front of you is a map. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And just take a moment to orientate yourself. You can see the way the river runs through the map area, which might help. And you should have a key to the top right-hand side, which includes the area boundary. Do you see that in red?
So the area boundary.
The conservation area boundary in red.
I can see that.
Yeah. So that shows us the conservation area boundary. It's the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area, and we can see that Zion Park is included within it, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's about 100 acres of parkland, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So when you're talking about Isleworth's remaining sliver of precious biodiverse green space, we should bear in mind, shouldn't we, the proximity of 100 acres of Zion parkland?
I don't dispute that that is also biodiverse green space.
And when one's thinking about the benefits arising from open space, we can agree, I think you and I, that the fact that Syon Park, although private land, is publicly accessible is important for the people in your local area, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and I pay an annual membership in order to go round the Duke's private garden.
Yes, but you can also, as a member of the public, access the parkland without paying that.
Because it is a public right of way.
Yes. Yes.
So I don't think that
so
you
all
can.
of that land is publicly accessible, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. A lot of it is used for grazing land, and there are currently signs telling us to keep out of it because bulls are there.
Okay,
I'm delighted with that, by the way, but it doesn't mean that you can stray all over the ground.
No, it's true. And in fact, one of the things that it may be helpful to the inspector is to see the extent of the Syon Parkland, which is open to the public.
It's fabulous, but it's not just because of the Duke's magnanimity.
I haven't suggested that to you, but what I have suggested to you is that in presenting the appeal site as the last remaining sliver of green space, that's not quite right, is it?
You know, and I know that the Duke would never receive planning permission to do anything with that land other than its current use.
You accept the proposition I put to you, though, is
that it is a wonderful biodiverse sliver.
It's not the last remaining sliver, is it? Syon Park's a very important public open space.
I accept
nearby.
that. I take that point.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much indeed.
You've made reference to Mr. Turner's painting and sketches of the area. Are there any notable views of those paintings?
Yes, there are. In fact, if you Google Turner in Isleworth, it will immediately produce some beautiful watercolors and sketches by Turner, painted in 1805 of precisely the Isleworth riverfront.
Okay, just to let you know then, Mr. Woods, I'm only allowed to consider evidence that's before the inquiry, so evidence that's in this room.
Right.
So I'm not allowed to go researching and searching.
So
if you could describe, and if it's helpful to use the map in front of you, by all means, if there's any of those views of the area,
I could produce it on my mobile phone, perhaps a little bit more easily, but you may not be willing to wait for me to do that.
It's going to be quite difficult for me to deal with evidence on that basis, in truth.
Yeah. Okay.
This has been produced today. It's seeking more evidence arising from what the witness has said is probably going to be quite difficult for me to deal with arising as it does in inspector's questions after the Heritage Roundtable.
Yeah, I take your point. Okay.
But I would just wish to record that it's there for anyone to look at. There are beautiful JMW Turner paintings and sketches of the Isleworth riverfront, including the London Apprentice pub, including the churchyard, and they're there for everyone to see. And Turner found these very exceptionally beautiful landscapes, and he has preserved them for us for all time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mr. Dickinson.
Oh, great stuff.
Can I just start by clarifying, you're representing the National Allotment Society, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're speaking on their behalf.
The National Allotment Society is a community benefit society run mainly by volunteers. I'm a volunteer. I'm the London regional representative for the London branch of the National Allotment Society. The National Allotment Society lawyers have already made a written submission regarding management of the site over the last 7 or 8 years. I'm not going to get into that. I've been asked to come along to speak about allotments. I saw a quote the other day: much visited, much loved, greatly valued. That was about Scion House. I would say that the same applies to the allotments. In the case, I heard another quote earlier today about contributions to the conservation area. Well, I would say that the allotment contributes greatly to the ecology of the conservation area. It is a proven fact now from various studies around Europe that allotments are gems of environmental biodiversity, insect population. Almost by accident, almost by their ramshackle nature, they become a haven for invertebrates, insects, mammals, birds of all kinds. A study done by Bristol University.
So sorry to interrupt you, but I think there was a document which was given out, which had your material on it. Was that right?
Yeah.
Could I have a copy of it?
I think on Mr. Dickinson's.
Would it be all right if I had a copy of it?
No, I haven't got a copy either, so I'm grateful for the copy.
Oh, well, sorry, I didn't give it out.
That's quite all right, but I'm just conscious that you've got something in front of you, and I want to be able to follow it. Thank you.
I was asked for it before that. I wasn't distributing it. There you go.
That's very kind. Yes, thank you. All right.
That document is actually my previous written submission to this inquiry. As I was saying, so Bristol University study has shown that allotments have got the highest insect diversity than any other urban habitat. That is more so than open green space, parkland, cemeteries, farmland, and there is a school of thought in this country now that the vast open green swaths of grassland are actually pretty much deserts. In that regard, I would picture the allotment inside the conservation area beside the church and the cemetery as a jewel of benefit to local society. These benefits, carbon sinks, these benefits spill out into the local society. They improve pollination locally. These things are not just kept inside the allotment. They spill out. The Green Infrastructure Framework in England recognise allotments as a positive feature of the network of connected green space in the landscape. There's been a lot of publicity about the benefit of allotments, both from health, physical, mental well-being. Allotments have been changing over the past couple of decades, and a recent study by Imperial College London, published in 2020, it actually puts food production halfway down the list of the main benefits of allotment. What people who are surveyed in London put relaxation, mental health, recreation, and physical health above food production. These are places where people can flourish. My viewpoint is from the term of space. This is not the time for London to be losing allotment spaces. This is a time for London to be increasing allotment spaces, but certainly not to be losing them. And that's where I come from, and that's the point I wanted to make today. There are two other little points. I agree with the written submission that we put in. We see dereliction by neglect around the country. We've come across it before. And the other thing is that, unfortunately, allotment land is easy build land. It's cheap, it's clean, and there's not many structures on it, and it's an easy target. And that's the way it is. Apart from what's in my statement, I think that's all I have to say. All I want to say, really.
No.
Good afternoon to you. Is it Mr. Dickinson?
Yes.
Sorry, just wanted to be sure. Thank you. Mr. Dickinson, just wanted to ask about one aspect of your written material, and that's about the community interaction aspect of allotment provision. I mean, obviously allotments vary, and you'll know that from your involvement with the National Allotment Society, and some have got some form of community building and some don't. And where they do, you can have things like seed swaps or shops, and you might have tea or coffee. And I just wanted to get your view on this. Is that they don't all have them, but where they do have them, are they beneficial?
No, yes, normally, yes.
Yeah. And in terms, I mean, obviously they provide a certain sort of level of facility, but I mean, where you have some things which are in common in an allotment, does that contribute, in your view, to people coming together?
It may do, but there are many allotments where there are no added facilities.
Yeah.
And mine is one of them.
Yeah.
And I mix with 15 different nationalities.
Yeah.
With or without a building on site.
Okay. Yeah. Now, it may be that I just didn't quite catch what was said at the beginning. The inspector asked you about whether you were representing the National Society, and you made reference to a letter which had been put in by the lawyers, as you said, and understand that. But has there been some formal process by which you've been selected, if you like, to come to this inquiry to give evidence in objection to this particular scheme?
Yes,
not?
Hounslow Council wrote to me personally.
I'm sorry?
Hounslow Council wrote to me personally.
Hounslow Council wanted you to come to speak in opposition to the scheme?
Made me aware of the inquiry,
yeah,
and made me aware that the opportunity was there to speak.
I see. And what about the association
itself? Is it 6-6? Is it
I'm sorry?
Is it 6-6, the regulation? Never mind. Go on. Under 6-6.
I'm sorry. I see. Yes. No. What I just want to understand is, it's a slightly more specific question than that. Was there some vote or something about whether you would come and object to the particular proposal or not?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat? I didn't quite get that.
You're representing, aren't you, saying a national allotment association, right? So has the association taken some formal position in respect of the? It may be that I've missed it. It may be that I should know, but I don't know. Has the association taken some formal position by its membership against this proposal, or is this just your view?
No, we haven't been to the national membership.
No.
It's not what we normally do.
No.
But our lawyer and research and development officer put together a submission that are in the documents.
Yes. I see. So the council brought it to the association's attention, and you've put in a submission in response.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. That's much clearer. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we'll start with the council then.
Sorry, just before we do, could we just have a discussion about programming?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got to have it at some point, and probably better rather than in the middle of Mr. Hall's.
Yes.
At the moment, we've got the Enquiry program showing a round table on planning obligations and conditions, as you know, on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
And as I said to you yesterday, we'd teed up the solicitor for the appellant, who'd been responsible for the drafting and negotiating. Council's teed up the solicitor for the local planning authority, and they are available. But for example, our solicitor's coming from Newcastle for that purpose, and we're a bit conscious of cost and a bit conscious that in circumstances in which the document is agreed, it may not be proportionate, since I can introduce its content, I can deal with queries arising, and I imagine my learner friend would be in a similar position. So what I'm wondering is, without any discourtesy, whether we can stand down the solicitors on the basis that the barristers will deal with that aspect of proceedings. I'm raising it now because obviously we need to tell people.
I think probably that's the case. I'm just sort of wondering if we could have a backup with the virtual facility, if that would be.
We certainly can do. We've just about managed it, haven't we, before? If there are any points, though, on the Section 106, you're very good about sending them to us in advance. If there's anything else of that sort, we're very happy to hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suspect that we would be able to deal with it within the room.
Yeah.
It's reassuring, though, if they were available electronically as a backup.
I'll make sure that happens, but I think that's much more proportionate where we've got an agreed document. So I'm keen to just get that settled and get them stood down, subject to a Teams call.
Yeah, I respectfully agree. I think what would be very helpful, if you can and if you can bear it, is if you knew in advance of any drafting points where they can particularly assist, then I think it would be very helpful to know those if you can, and then we can take a view as to whether actually it's fine for them to join virtually if they need to join at all.
Yeah.
But if you were able to do that, I know it would be very much appreciated by both main parties.
Okay.
We've been quite happy to take up drafting points. It's nobody's precious about it. You just want to get the agreement right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Just in terms of looking at the tomorrow morning's business, I'm conscious of my friend's time estimate, which is an hour and a half, which I think takes us to 4. We'll see. We've probably got a bit of time saving. I'm not going to be quite as long as all that with either of the 2 witnesses which we've got. So just sound a note of reassurance. If we run over a bit this afternoon, I don't think we need to be overly troubled about the timetable. I think we've got time that we can borrow from tomorrow morning if we need to.
Okay, thank you for that. I suspect we are running a bit late this afternoon, so that's helpful to have that in mind.
So can we just pause a moment whilst Mr. Hall gets
himself
set up?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So whilst he's doing that, I indicated a list of documents before the break. I should have included in that the Statement of Common Ground, which is called document A6. Thank you. So can I just invite you to turn your microphone off if you don't mind, just to avoid feedback. Thank you. Mr. Hall, good afternoon. So you'll have Mr. Hall's proof of evidence and his appendices. I don't propose, obviously, to read that out laboriously, but I will take Mr. Hall to various aspects of it. Can we start, please, with the introduction on page 1, Mr. Hall? And you set out there that you're the Deputy Manager of the West Team in the Development Management Department at the London Borough of Hounslow. And you set out your degrees and in geography and subsequently in town and regional planning. You set out that you've been employed as a town planner in development management roles at Hounslow, going back to September of 2017, that you're responsible for managing and determining planning applications across the borough. And you set out your familiarity with the appeal scheme and the site and its surroundings. And that you, I think, were not involved, were you, in the application process for this scheme?
I was not.
But you give evidence on behalf of the council supporting the reasons for refusal. And you set out at 1.4 that your opinions are expressed are your true professional opinions.
That's correct.
Can we start, please, with the reasons for refusal? And if we can whiz forward, please, in your proof of evidence to page 24, and section 10. And we see there you set out the 2 reasons for refusal. And we know, don't we, that so far as the second reason for refusal, which refers to planning obligations, you're satisfied that those are addressed by the draft section 106 agreement. Yes?
Yes.
And so far as reason for refusal 1 is concerned, we're going to turn to that in a moment. You refer at 10.2 to policy GB8, which you say was not included in the wording of the reason, but is in your view a relevant policy. And you indicate that it's referred to in both statements of case for the main parties and the statement of common ground. Yes?
That's correct.
And just so we can deal very briefly with that, please, can I ask you to turn up the statement of common ground, which is document A6. And I think if you turn to page 8, please, paragraph 6.4, you'll see a list of policies from the local plan that are agreed to be relevant to the appeal. And we can see numbered 19 is policy GB8. Yep. And then if you turn forward in the document, please, to section 8, and in particular, paragraph 8.1 on page 13, you'll see numbered paragraph 2 within 8.1. The second sentence, it's agreed that the existing allotments would not be retained as required by policy GB8 of the local plan. See that?
Yes.
Good. So we turn then, please, to the 2 main halves, really, of your evidence. First, local open space. Secondly, benefits and balance. So let's start with local open space. Now, so far as the appeal site is concerned, as you set out in your written evidence, that is designated local open space.
Yes.
And in terms of the loss of local open space that would arise from the appeal proposal, you set out at 12.12 of your proof of evidence, you record the factual information that the appeal site is 1.17 hectares. Yes?
Yes.
And how much in terms of hectares would be lost as a result of the appeal scheme?
That would be, sorry.
12.12 of your proof. I think when I refer you to a paragraph, turn to it if you can.
Okay. So 12.12. Sorry, apologies. So it would result in the total coverage being reduced from 1.17 hectares down to 0.81 hectares. So that is approximately 3.6 hectares. 0.36 hectares, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1.17 to 0.81. So in percentage terms, as a matter of fact, how much would be lost?
71% of the site would be.
Good. Now, next, please, I'd want us just to look, please, and to understand the importance of local open space. And can we take up, please, first of all, the local plan, which is called document D8.
Yep.
And can we turn in that, please, to policy GB2 and the supporting text?
Yep.
Which begins on internal pagination, page 153 of the document. Yep.
Yep.
And if you turn forward to page 154, we see there, don't we, the justification for the policy under the heading "We're taking this approach because."
Yes.
Yeah. And 7.4, perhaps you just read out the 7.4 quickly for us.
7.4 says, together with the borough's greenbelt and metropolitan open land, local open spaces are integral to the character and image of the borough, breaking up the built environment and adding to local context and amenity. They make an important contribution to the health and well-being of borough residents, providing space for sport, physical activity and play, as well as tranquil spaces for quiet recreation.
Thank you. And then 7.6 on the same page, can I ask you just to read out the first two sentences?
The majority of open spaces in the borough are highly valued by local residents for their landscape, heritage, biodiversity, or space for recreation, and provide areas for community activities and cultural events. In this respect, they can help aid community involvement and the general well-being of residents.
Thank you. So that gives us an understanding of the importance in local policy. Can we then have a look at the same point, please, in a London context or on a regional basis? And can you turn to the London plan, please, at core document D3?
Yeah.
And can you turn forward to page 319?
Yeah.
That and the supporting text to policy G4.
Yeah.
And in particular, can you see paragraph 8.4.1?
I can.
And does the supporting text in the London plan tell us that open spaces, particularly those planned, designed and managed as green infrastructure, provide a wide range of social, health and environmental benefits and are a vital component of London's infrastructure?
It does.
And if we then look at it, please, on the national basis, can we take up the MPPF, please, which is at core document D1?
Yeah.
And can we turn forward, please, to paragraph 98, which we've got on page 28, internal pagination?
Yes.
And again, in terms of national planning policy, do the government set out that access to a network of high quality open spaces and opportunities for sport and physical activity is important for the health and well-being of communities and can deliver wider benefits?
They do.
For nature, etc. Yes.
Yes.
And lastly, please, on this particular point, can I ask you please to turn to the ACV judgment, which is at core document G1.
Mm-hmm.
And can you turn forward in the judgment, please, to paragraph 38?
Paragraph 38 of the ACV. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oops. Just bear with me, sorry. 38. Okay. Yes, I'm there, sorry.
And you see halfway down paragraph 38, about the fifth line, it's long been recognised that the use of land for allotments has served the community generally, not merely those who rent allotment space.
I can see that.
And then a reference to the social utility of allotment land.
Mm-hmm.
See that? And then further down the paragraph, you'll see a sentence that begins, I'm satisfied that allotment land not only provides recreation and food for its direct users, but also provides community benefits as green space with non-concomitant benefits to air quality and visual amenity. This is particularly so in a heavily built up area like Hounslow.
Yes.
And then it goes on to talk about biodiversity significance.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Can we turn then, please, to the subject of supply and demand? Supply and demand.
Yes.
Now, there is evidence referred to by both parties to the National Allotment Society's guideline or recommendation for 20 plots per 1,000 households. Yes.
Yes.
And so far as that is concerned, is that, in your view, the only or best gauge for demand?
It's not the only. It is a gauge, but it's not the only or best gauge. A better gauge potentially is looking at waiting lists as compared to vacancies, as per the National Allotment Society Policy 102, which is cited at Appendix 3C of my proof.
Thank you. And if we just turn to that, please. So that's 3C in your proof of evidence, in your appendices to your proof.
Yeah.
It's Appendix 3C to Mr. Hall's proof. So it's NAS Policy 102 waiting lists.
Yes.
And we see there, don't we, right at the beginning of that document, the sentence, the Society recognise waiting lists as evidence that there's insufficient supply of allotments in the relevant locality.
We do.
And with that in mind, please, can we turn back to the Statement of Common Ground?
Yes.
Page 13. These are matters of agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And within the section we were looking at a moment ago, at 8.1, can you see, please, numbered paragraph 3?
Yep.
In respect of allotments, it's agreed that it's relevant for the inspector to consider vacancies and waiting lists, both borough-wide and at the Isleworth and Brentford sub-area.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, can we just have a look at that, please, with the assistance of a table you've produced in your proof of evidence? And we've got that at paragraph 12.47. So it's your table 2, and it's on page 44 of your proof.
Yes.
And this is a document which sets out the number of plots, vacancies, and waiting lists, I'm summarising.
It is.
Within the borough, and it's the most recently available figures, isn't it, as at the 31st of May of this year?
That's correct.
And looking at matters firstly on a borough-wide basis, how many vacancies were there in the borough on the 31st of May?
There were 21 vacancies in total.
Out of a total number of lettable plots of how many?
Out of a total number of lettable plots of 1,966.
Thank you. And of the figure of 21 for the total number of vacancies, we can see, if we look within the column, we can see the Wellmeadow Road allotment site. Do you see that?
I do.
And almost half of those 21 vacancies are Wellmeadow, 9 specifically. You see that?
I do.
We could grandly call those the Wellmeadow 9. And if you turn forward in your proof, please, to 17.4.
Yeah.
Do you set out that those are 9 plots which have had an issue with flooding and which are intended for remediation before the end of this year?
I do. Yeah.
So borough-wide then, 21, including those 9, and how many borough-wide on the waiting list at the 31st of May?
How many on the waiting lists? Borough-wide, there were 996 on waiting list borough-wide.
Thank you. And across the page on 12.50, you set out that there isn't double counting within that those numbers.
That's correct.
And just so that we can put that into a chronological development, can you turn over the page to your page 46 of your proof?
Yes.
And you set out the figures in terms of vacancies and waiting lists going back to 2018. Yeah.
Yeah. And
if we look, for example, at the third row down, you refer there to the figures that were provided to the inquiry for this site in October of that year.
Yes.
And we see there vacancies 200 and waiting list 389. You see that?
Yeah.
So, so far as the borough is concerned, what's happened in terms of vacancies between 2018 and 2023?
In terms of vacancies, the number of vacancies has significantly reduced since 2018.
Thank you. And in terms of waiting lists, what's happened to the numbers on the waiting list since then?
The numbers on waiting lists have increased substantially.
Thank you. And just pausing there, can you take up, and we'll refer to it 3 or 4 times during your evidence in chief, but the decision letter from the previous inquiry, which we've got at core document F1.
Yes.
And can you turn forward in the decision letter to page 11 of the decision letter, paragraph 51?
Yes.
And you'll see on the third line, the inspector reached the conclusion then in 2018 that there was a proven demand in the area. On a borough-wide basis, we'll come to localised in a moment. On a borough-wide basis, is the position the same or weaker or stronger than it was then?
There's now a stronger demand relative to supply.
Yeah. And can we look then, please, at the position in terms of Isleworth and Brentford as a sub-area? And just as our starting point, if we go, please, to paragraph 9.5 of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
You set out there, to assist the inspector, you set out there where that sub-area comes from, and it dates back to the 2018 open space study, which identified 5 sub-areas within the borough.
That's right.
And we can see there that the rationale for it. And if we then go back to your table, please, at page 44, paragraph 12.47, your table 2. Those sites which you have put in bold are the sites within the Isleworth and Brentford sub-area, aren't they?
Yes.
And in terms of vacancies, first of all, as at the 31st of May, how many vacant plots were there in the Isleworth and Brentford sub-area?
There were 9. Vacant plots, 9.
And where were those 9?
Those 9 they all appear to be at Well Meadow Road, where the waterlogged plots, which are temporarily out of use.
Yeah. And in terms of waiting lists for those 4 sites in Isleworth and Brentford, how many were on the waiting list?
185.
And assuming that Well Meadow plots come back, those 9 come back into use and are let, as is the intention as you've set out in your proof, all other things being equal, how many vacancies will there be in Isleworth and Brentford?
There would be 0 vacancies in Isleworth and Brentford.
And how many on the waiting list?
176.
Yeah. And if we then again do the same exercise in terms of the pattern, can you turn over the page to page 46 of your table 3? And do we see there, let's go back to the October 2018 data of the previous inquiry.
Yes.
We see there that there were at that stage 21 vacancies and 82 on the waiting list.
Correct.
And again, with apologies, I'm inviting you to state the obvious, but what's happened in the 5-year period since then in terms of vacancies and waiting lists in Isleworth and Brentford?
So the number of vacancies has reduced, and the number on waiting lists has increased.
Thank you. Now there's a suggestion in the written evidence of Mrs. Roberts that you might look at the matter on the basis of the Isleworth ward rather than the Brentford and Isleworth sub-area. And if we look at your proof of evidence, please, at 12.43.
Yeah.
I won't ask you to read all that out, but you set out why, in your view, it's more appropriate to look at the sub-area. But even if you take Mrs. Roberts' approach and look at it on the basis of the Isleworth ward, can you turn again to your table 2, please?
Yeah.
And of the sites listed in table 2, which one or ones are in Isleworth ward?
The only one in Isleworth ward is Cole Park Allotments.
And how many vacancies were there in May of this year?
There were 0 vacancies.
And how many are on the waiting list?
67.
Yeah. And in the passage we referred to a few moments ago from the inspector's decision letter, where he referred to proven demand in the area, he wasn't specific there whether he was talking about the borough-wide or more localised. But even if you look at it on the localised position encouraged by Mrs. Roberts, What do you say about demand in Isleworth Ward?
There's an excess demand, which is not met by the supply in the ward itself.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I just want to pick up on a point, please, in Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal evidence. And if you can take that up, please, and turn to paragraph 2.4.
Yes.
And so it's on page 2, going on to page 3.
Yeah.
Now, Mrs. Roberts picks up on a sentence from the allotment strategy document, which refers to a figure of 18 plots per 1,000 households in Hounslow.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, a point on that, even at 18 per 1,000, if you take that as being an appropriate gauge, even at 18 per 1,000, is that below or above the figure of 20 that is the guideline recommendation?
That's below the guideline recommendation.
And if you then read the sentence that is extracted by Mrs. Roberts, you don't have to read it out, but can you see she says, she picks up on the sentence, this could be considered an adequate provision for the borough. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, a couple of questions about that. First of all, was the allotment strategy saying that is or ought to be considered an adequate provision?
No, it says only that it could be considered adequate.
Yeah, was the allotment strategy saying that was the conclusion of the strategy document?
No, it wasn't saying that.
Did the strategy document, we know the strategy document set out an action plan at the end of it? Would that be consistent with a conclusion that the provision was adequate?
No, it wouldn't be.
And if we go back, please, to 2.4 in that rebuttal.
Yep.
The final sentence, Mrs. Roberts says, Mr. Hall also accepts that this provision could be considered generally adequate. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you just turn, please, to your proof of evidence?
Mm-hmm.
In particular, 12.37.
12.37. Yes.
So that is on page 40, going on to 41.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Mrs. Roberts is picking up on the final sentence of that paragraph. This provision, though considered to be generally adequate, which is in the context of you referring to the allotment strategy. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
When you said, wrote there, this provision, though considered to be generally adequate, was that your view that you were setting out, or was that a reference to what was said in the allotment strategy?
It was a reference to the allotment strategy, not my personal judgment.
Finally, please, on this question of supply and demand, before we turn to increasing provision, I just want to ask you a few questions about catchment areas. And can we pick up, please, again, your proof, first of all, at paragraph 9.9.
Yeah.
Now, to put this into context, 9.9 is within the section of your proof where you're summarising what the 2018 open space study had to say.
Yes.
And you refer there to the accessibility catchment, which identified in that document, which was a 15-minute walk.
I did.
See that?
Yeah.
And can we just pause there, please, and just take up that document, which is we've got at core document E1.
E1. Yeah.
I'm just dealing incredibly briefly with the methodology. If you turn to page 10,
mm-hmm.
you'll see within that paragraph 2.5 this was based on 757 community survey responses in 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if you turn forward in the document to page 15, figure 3.1.3, you can see there the survey responses to the question, how long are you willing to travel to each type of green space? Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look down fourth row from the bottom, you can see allotment and community schemes. And I think we can summarize, can't we, the responses there by saying that all but for 21% said that they would be unwilling to travel more than 15 minutes.
Yes.
And then if we go back to your proof and just develop this point briefly, please. 9.30 of your proof of evidence. You here are discussing Hounslow's green and blue infrastructure strategy, adopted, I think, in 2021. And you refer there to chapter 3 of that strategy and its reference to 15-minute neighbourhoods.
Yes.
You see that, which refers to, what do you understand that to mean?
Whereby everything that's required in the daily life of someone is located within 15 minutes walk of their home.
Yeah. And in the appellant, I'm not going to ask you to turn it up unless we need to, but in the appellant's transport assessments submitted as part of the application process, so far as allotment users are concerned, what was the specific assumption made by the highways consultants in terms of the way in which people would travel to the allotments?
It found that many existing allotment holders live locally and walk to and from the site, and the intention was that the retained allotment users would continue to travel in the same manner.
And still, please, on the same topic, but drawing it to a close, can you turn forward in your appendices to Appendix 3A? And that is the National Allotment Society's document, 21st Century Allotments in New Developments. Do you see that?
I do.
And can I ask you to turn forward in the document, please, to on internal pagination to page 16?
Yep.
And we see there in a dark green box a paragraph under the heading, the 20-minute neighbourhood.
Yes.
And let's just look at the first sentence. The 20 minutes is the maximum time that people are willing to walk to meet their daily needs, 10 minutes each way.
I can see that.
Yeah. And where the council's documents that we referred to before, so the OSS and the Green Infrastructure Strategy are concerned, where they refer to 15 minutes, is that a 15-minute walk there and back, or is that a 15-minute walk to the facility?
It's a 15-minute walk to the facility.
So when you consider the council's approach of a 15-minute neighbourhood or a 15-minute walk, when you compare that to the position set out by the National Allotment Society, is the council's approach generous or ungenerous?
It's generous.
And can I ask you to turn back, please, to Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal?
Yep.
And can you turn to paragraph 2.11?
Yes.
And Mrs. Roberts there is referring to the James Street site, which the inspector will have read about in the papers, but we'll turn to that shortly. And she says, so far as James Street, she refers to a 20 to 30 minute walk as being a short walk. Now that's from the appeal site. But what do you say as to whether a 20 to 30 minute walk is a likely or realistic walking distance for allotment users?
It's not a short walk, and it's not a likely or realistic walk that someone might take to reach their allotment.
Good. Next subtopic, please, is increase in provision. Increase in provision.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 or 4 brief subtopics within this, please. The first is Green Lane and James Street, and they're covered quite extensively, aren't they, by in the written evidence of both main parties?
Yes.
But just a couple of points I'd like to draw out, please. Can we first of all turn to your proof at paragraph 12.55?
Yes.
And do you set out there, so far as Green Lane is concerned, you set out the history really in relation to that site? Yeah.
Yes.
If we turn, please, to your appendix 8, we'll keep our finger if we can in the proof, but if we turn to appendix 8,
yes,
that is a planning permission that I think was granted but not implemented back in 2003.
That's correct.
And I think within that planning permission, what are we told about the level of demand historically for allotments at that site?
The historic level of demand was very low at that site.
And so far as both those sites, Green Lane and James Street, you set out a summary for us in the following paragraph of your proof. But so far as both of those sites, of the 5 sub-areas that we referred to earlier on in the borough, which sub-area contains both of those sites?
The South Central sub-area.
Yeah. And if the point is being made, and we'll see how the appellant develops it, but if the point is being made by the appellant that, well, the council could have brought back into allotment use those sites to resolve any local, or help resolve any local issues in terms of supply and demand, would those sites in the South Central region play any role if they were brought back into use in resolving any issues so far as Isleworth and Brentford is concerned?
No, I don't think they would play a role. They wouldn't resolve the demand lost at the subject site.
Yeah. And in terms of what the council has been doing to try to boost the provision across the borough, can we turn to your proof, please, at 12.38?
Yes.
And about 2/3 of the way down the paragraph, you refer to the site at Heath Road. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think we needn't turn back to it, but Heath Road is included in your table 2, which we were looking at earlier.
Exactly.
And so far as Heath Road is concerned, do you set out that was brought back into use in January of last year, containing 44 allotment plots? Do you see that?
Correct. Yeah.
And I think you set out then, don't you, in the following paragraph, the intentions in relation to Manor Gardens to bring that back into a more usable state. Do you see that?
Yes.
So far as either of those sites are concerned, are they within Isleworth or Brentford? Isleworth and Brentford?
No.
There's been some discussion, and in fact from an interested party yesterday, about the Grow for the Future initiative. And just a handful of questions about that, please. First of all, perhaps you can demystify something from yesterday. So far as the Grow for the Future initiative, is that an adopted policy or an adopted document by the local planning authority?
From what I can see, I don't believe it is an adopted document at this point.
Can you turn, though, please, to Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal appendices at Appendix 1?
Yeah.
And Mrs. Roberts perfectly reasonably includes 2 press releases, doesn't she, in relation to the this initiative, and we heard a little bit about it, didn't we, from the council yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And if we turn to the first of those, please, on the 16th of November 2022.
Yes.
And do you see there towards the bottom of the page, it says the up to 27 acres of land have been identified in the first phase.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think if you turn to the second press release from June of 2023,
yeah,
we'll see that, again, a reference towards the bottom of the first page, up to 27 acres of wasteland. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think this was intended to identify council-owned land, at least for that phase of this initiative, wasn't it?
I haven't minded any leading up till now. I really haven't. It's been fine because it's got through the material quickly. But this is a matter on which I just want to hear his evidence, please. Thank you.
In terms of the quantified area of land for the first phase, what do these two press releases quantify as the area of land identified?
Well, they say up to 27 acres.
Yeah, and so far as phase one is concerned, is that land privately owned, publicly owned, or a mixture?
My understanding is that, well, I think in the document it refers to it being publicly owned.
Yeah. And in terms of that figure of up to 27 acres, what do you understand as the latest position to be the number of acres that have been identified so far?
My understanding is that only 15.3 acres have been identified to date.
And in hectares, what does that equate to?
That equates to 19 hectares.
Well, it doesn't.
Oh, sorry.
That's the worst leading question yet.
That's sorry, 6.19. Yeah. Apologies. Yes.
And of those 6.19 hectares, how much of that is in Isleworth and Brentford sub-area?
0.03 hectares or 0.07 acres.
Yeah. So far as land identified through...
Sorry, just pausing there. Is there some document to which reference is being made where this information comes from? Because it's not, obviously it's not in the material. Not criticising, and I'm not in fact taking exception to it, but I would like to know where it is.
We do have a document that was shared only as of Monday, because it's a new document that's basically a compilation of some initial sites, and that's where I've got that figure from. But it's very new, so that's why it's not been made available prior.
I think just to demystify, I think it's an internal email in response.
It's internal, yeah.
Not a
well,
published document.
You can quite understand why I asked the question. I wonder whether outside the inquiry this afternoon, I might be provided with it, and then we can give thought to whether that's a material which should go before you so that you've got the full picture. I have to say, I'm not asking for it to be put in without having seen it, but I would like to see it.
So I don't see any problem in that at all. And as my learned friend is aware of the information that's just been elicited, because I did advise her in advance. So there's nothing here that's coming new, but I'm sure that is no problem whatsoever.
It would be helpful from my point of view if that could be circulated.
Let me be clear. I'm not objecting, and I'm not raising any problem with it, but I think just as a matter of process, if the witness is evidently reading from something which is material to one of the issues which you and I are going to have an exchange about later on or tomorrow morning, then I'd like to have sight of it.
Of course.
Thank you.
And so far, Mr. Hall, as this initiative is concerned, just relying on what's said in the two press releases, please, does the initiative involve Is it allotments alone or more than allotments? How does it propose to bring land into use?
It takes quite a varied approach, which doesn't only focus on allotments. It also involves things like community gardens, orchards. It's basically about maximising the vacant space and putting it into the best use for food growing.
And in terms of the appellant's aspirations through this appeal for the appeal site, is that is that consistent or inconsistent with the aspirations behind the Grow for the Future initiative?
It's inconsistent with those aspirations.
Thank you. Next, please, final point, I think, under this subtopic, the Section 106 agreement, and in particular matters raised in the written evidence and taken up by Mrs. Roberts in her rebuttal. Can we go, please, first of all, to her rebuttal at paragraph 2.20.
Yes.
And Mrs. Roberts is referring here to the exchange through the written evidence in relation to a suggestion by the appellant during the 106 discussions about off-site provision of allotments or a cash sum in lieu. That's the context for this.
Mm-hmm.
And can you see at 2.20, Mrs. Roberts says that the council is critical. It appears the council is critical of the appellant for seeking to overcome the council member's objection. You see that?
I do.
And then if you go over the page, second line, the council has been wholly negative and critical. And again, the context is that section 106 discussion. And can I ask you, please, with that in mind, to turn to your proof of evidence?
Yes.
And to the section described as an addendum at chapter 17, right at the back on page 69.
Yep.
And can you see at 17.1, you identify what was that a proposal was made by the appellant at a late stage, as you describe it?
Mm-hmm.
And then at 17.2, you said it's unacceptable for the following reasons. Yes?
Yes.
And in terms of the reasons that were set out, what do you understand as to whether or not that those specific reasons were communicated between the parties in terms of how an obligation might be structured or framed?
They were communicated. It was a proactive process.
And in the council communicating that those specific points to the appellant, what do you say about whether or not it is a fair or accurate characterization of the council's approach to that as being negative?
I don't think that's a fair appraisal.
And the council, having communicated those particular points, 6 of them I think we can see here, to the appellant's solicitors, was the point pursued or abandoned in the 106 process?
It was abandoned.
Good. So in pulling all of that together, please, in terms of quantum, I just want to put that into policy context, please. So can we take up, first of all, policy GB2, which is in the local plan at D8?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the actual loss of local open space, can you look at G?
Yep.
So far as G is concerned, protecting local open space, especially, it would lead to deficiency unless it satisfies the criteria and then it sets out some factors. Do you see that?
I do.
So subject to the criteria, is the loss of open space compliant with or in breach of policy GB2?
It's in breach of policy GB2.
And then if we look at the criteria, it says unless it's been assessed as clearly surplus to requirements, without taking you back to the statements of common ground, what's the agreed position in the statements of common ground as to whether or not the site is surplus to requirements?
The agreed position is that it is not surplus to requirement open space.
And the second of the criteria, or it would be replaced by equivalent or better in a suitable location. We're going to come back to that. And thirdly, all the development is for alternative sports and recreational provision. Again, is that criterion, does that arise?
It doesn't arise.
And then secondly, please, can we just go to G4 in the London plan, which is D3.
Yes.
So given that the London plan is one of the biggest documents I've seen, I somehow managed to misplace it. Can you go to GB4, please?
G4, sorry.
G4. Oh, here it is.
That's the one.
And can you go, please, to Part B of G4, which is the limb of this policy which relates to development proposals?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see one should not result in the loss of protected open space?
I can.
Is that policy complied with or breached by the appeal scheme?
It's breached by the appeal scheme.
And then can you take up the MPPF, please? And go to paragraph 99.
Yes.
And you'll see their existing open space ... should not be built on unless. See that?
Yes.
And then A is the surplus requirements point. We've dealt with that. C, we've dealt with that in the context of GB2 a moment ago. But have a look at B.
Mm-hmm.
The loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. Do you see that?
I do.
So we talked about quantity. Having regard to the evidence in relation to quantity, does the appeal scheme does it comply with or breach policy 99 from the framework?
It breaches policy 99.
And so far as the way in which 99B refers to quantity and quality, is that are they expressed as alternates or as being read together, as you
They're
say?
to be read in conjunction.
In other words, is it okay or not to say, well, we're equivalent or better in quality, but not in quantity?
No, that's not. That's not. It's interpreted.
Good. Can we then turn, please, to the question of quality? And I think we can be a little briefer on that. And can we start in particular, please, with the subheading size? And can you go to your appendices at Appendix 3A, please? And that, again, we've been there already this afternoon. It's the 21st Century Allotments and New Developments document.
Mm-hmm.
And can you turn forward on the internal pagination, please, to page 10?
Yes.
And so far as plot sizes are concerned, can you see that the third paragraph on that page, subheading plot sizes to suit all the community across the life course? And what are we told in the second paragraph, please, of that document?
That there is no minimum size for an allotment plot, and the maximum size is 1,012 square metres in law, but the recommendation is 250 square metres as the basic template for the subdivision of allotment land where appropriate.
Thank you. And then can we turn forward to the National Allotment Society's policy document 101? which we've got at 3B in your appendices.
Sure.
And this is, again, about plot sizes. Yes?
Yes.
And can I ask you, please, just to read out the sentence from the second line beginning, there's no legal definition.
There is no legal definition of the minimum size of an allotment garden, although there are customary standards which have been widely adopted, especially the historic 10-pole plot, which is equivalent to 250 square meters.
Thank you. And it then says, next sentence, the society encourages flexible provision. And let's put in ... there and go to paragraph 3. And you see there, we said that division of allotment land into large plots can be a source of frustration for those who are waiting. Yes?
Yes.
And then it goes on to talk in that paragraph about subdivision of plots which have fallen vacant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it refers to it as a short-term response to waiting lists. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so far as the appeal site is concerned, what do you say as to whether or not the evidence suggests there would be vacancies for any plots that were available on this site?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, so far as the appeal site is concerned, what does the evidence indicate to you as to whether or not any plots available on site would be vacant?
Well, it indicates that, you know, that some plots might be subdivided, and that's okay. But sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
What does the evidence indicate to you about the level of demand in Isleworth and Brentford?
It indicates that the level of demand is high.
Yeah, and what does the evidence about vacancies indicate to you about the level of vacancies in Isleworth and Brentford?
There's limited vacancies in Isleworth and Brentford.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In terms of still on size, please, can you turn to back to page 10, please, of 3A.
Yes.
And can you see the first sentence? It's good practice to offer a variety of plot sizes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does the appeal proposal do that?
It does not. Well, within any particular range.
Yeah. Now, the committee report, and again, I'm going to try and avoid going to too many documents unless we need to, but the committee report refers to 60 square meters, which is the typical or average size proposed, as being suitable for beginners. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you say as to whether having, first of all, having some beginner-sized plots on site, is that appropriate or not appropriate?
That may be appropriate to have some.
What do you say as to whether having a site which offers exclusively starter-sized plots, appropriate or not appropriate?
Exclusively, I'd say that would be not appropriate.
In terms of Isleworth and Brentford, are there any starter-sized plots already there?
There are 20, which are all at Cole Park allotments.
Can you take up, please, the statement of community involvement, which is core document B19?
Yes.
And can you turn forward, please, in the document to paragraph 4.12?
Yes.
And this is under the section headed stakeholder feedback. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And 4.12 refers to engagement with allotment holders.
Mm-hmm.
And on the third line of 4.12, in relation to the allotment scheme, feedback included. Do you see that?
Yep.
What was the first point listed, number 1, in the feedback from existing allotment holders?
It was a request for the plot sizes to be similar to the existing ones.
Now, briefly, please, I just want to touch on 2 or 3 other features which are proposed as part of the allotment package, as it were, by the appellant.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, can we take up Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal, please?
Yes.
And in particular, can we go to 2.31 on page 9?
Yep.
And you'll see in the first 3 lines of that paragraph, Mrs. Roberts refers to the your approach and your evidence to allotment features as being unbalanced. Do you see that?
I can see that.
I want to ask a couple of questions about that. So far as sheds are concerned, from your own observations at site and the information you've been able to glean, where a shed on an allotment isn't provided by a landowner, what do you understand and what have you seen tends to happen?
I've tended to see that allotment holders, bring their own sheds onto the plot if they want one.
Yeah. And just pausing there. So can you just bear with me one moment, please? Yeah, can you turn to the appellant's statement of case, please? Page 14.
Yes.
And can you go to numbered paragraph 3 on that page?
14, page 3, yeah. Yes.
Now, in the context of what you've just been telling the inquiry, what does the appellant tell us there about existing allotment holders and sheds?
Well, it tells us that each plot would be, of the new re-provided plots, would be provided with a shed, which is at least equivalent to the existing situation where most allotment holders have sheds.
Yeah.
An improvement where they don't.
So where the appellant writes there, most allotment holders have sheds, is that consistent or inconsistent with the observation you've made to the inquiry that if sheds weren't provided by a landowner, what you understand and have seen is that allotment holders bring their own sheds?
That's consistent.
Yeah. Next, please, water butts. We can be very brief on that. 2 points. First of all, in terms of the detail of water butts, how many, where they would be, etc. Mrs. Roberts makes the point in her rebuttal that those details can be secured by condition. I mean, first of all, do you agree or disagree with that can be dealt with in that way?
Yes, I think that could be dealt with in that way.
But so far as water butts generally are concerned, again, if a landowner isn't providing water butts, what's your evidence reflected in your proof of evidence as to what you expect to be done is done by allotment plot holders?
Well, it's generally up to individual plot holders to provide their own water butts at quite modest financial outlay.
Thank you. Next, please, security. Can you go, please, to Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal at 2.32?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm looking here particularly at 2.32, page 12. Mrs. Roberts said that so far as security fencing, that'll only be provided in the context of a successful appeal. Do you see that? So far as that's concerned, I mean, in your judgment, is that consistent or inconsistent with good custodianship?
That's inconsistent.
Yeah. What's your view as to whether it's in a landowner's interests to have an insecure perimeter around a site that they own?
I would have thought that site security would be of importance to any landowner.
Okay. So in terms of quality of the proposed provision, I'm not going to go through each and every feature, but in terms of quality, what do you say as to whether in quality terms what is proposed is equivalent or better to what is there both now and historically?
I would say it's neither equivalent nor better to the current situation.
Thank you. Can we turn then, please, to the second half of your evidence, although it's the shorter half, which is benefits and balance?
Yes.
Now, so far as benefits are concerned, can we start briefly, please, with housing, both market and affordable? And I think it's a matter of agreement between the parties that the inspector can and ought to give significant weight to the provision of both forms of housing. Yeah.
Yes.
But as set out in your written evidence, I mean, how are Hounslow doing on both fronts, market and affordable housing, in terms of delivery?
Hounslow comfortably, well, they're at least meeting, and in the case of housing in general, considerably exceeding both local and London policy requirements.
Can we turn next, please, then, to the Scion House repairs? And a few points I just want to pick up with you, please. First of all, there was some discussion you will have heard and read in the appellant's opening about the previous scheme, which was refused at appeal, as you know, in 2018, and the question of enabling development. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions on that. First of all, were you involved in the application or appeal process for that scheme?
I wasn't involved in that, no.
But so far as the appeal is concerned, I mean, have you read the closing submissions submitted by both parties in relation to that?
I have done so, yes.
And as you understand it, what do you say about whether or not either the appellant or the council considered the proposal to be enabling development?
As far as I can see, neither party referred to it, the proposal as being enabling development.
And in the inspector's decision letter for that appeal, did the inspector at any stage refer to enabling development?
They do not appear to, no.
And can you just take up that decision letter, please, which we have as core document F1. And can you turn to paragraph 25 on page 6?
Yes.
And you'll see in the first line of paragraph 25, the inspector said that he had been presented with limited financial information relating to this project and the Scion Estates accounts, and have no understanding of the appellant's or the Duke's wider financial interest. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, so far as this appeal is concerned, is the position that the same or different?
It's the same.
Dealing with a few discrete points, please, within this issue. First of all, so far as the hotel income is concerned, you in your proof at 14.13, yeah, you talk there about the hotel income and that it was put at around £600,000, I think, per annum.
Yes.
Yep. You see that?
Yes.
And you make the point, I'm paraphrasing, about that money, where that money would be directed once the obligations are completed under that Section 106 agreement for that site.
Yeah.
See that? And can I ask you to turn to Mr. Bridgeland's Appendix 1, please, to his main proof.
Yes.
So Appendix 1, that is a legal note prepared by the appellant's solicitors. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you turn forward in the document to 5.2?
You do, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but there was a mathematical, calculation error in this note, and a correction's been issued. I just want to make sure that you've had that.
I haven't seen the correction, no. But if you're able to tell me now, then
I'm sorry, I ought to have mentioned it to you. It just didn't occur to me. Sorry. So there is a correction sheet. I don't know whether it's going to, it may not materially alter anything you say, but it does, if you like, speed up the works, because the sums of money are more than they were assumed to be in the calculation. I don't know if you want to see that before you ask any further questions, or whether you just want to put it over, and if there's any further response, deal with it in the morning. That might be an option for you. I don't want to disadvantage you, Mr. Grant. I'm conscious you haven't seen it.
No, I'll tell you what I'll do, if I may. If Mrs. Roberts is going to be good enough to provide me with that document whilst I'm carrying on, I can deal with that as I go.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back in a moment to the hotel point once I've seen that. In your so far as the marquee position is concerned, and we'll come back to the hotel in a moment, that document refers in section 6, doesn't it, to the marquee section 106?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think that the intention that's set out at 6.6 is to seek to renew the temporary planning permission for the marquee permission. Do you see that?
I see that.
And so far as the income from the marquee is concerned, how is that income directed in accordance with the existing section 106? You can have a look at 6.4.1.
It's directed at repairs, restoration, and maintenance.
Thank you.
The sign estate.
In your proof of evidence, you refer to the question of loans. Do you remember you raised that as an observation? Have you seen any evidence that's been provided by the appellant in terms of whether or not loan funding has been sought or provided for the carrying out of repairs to Scion House?
I haven't seen that sort of evidence.
No. Have a look, please, at Mrs. Roberts' rebuttal evidence. At paragraph 4.10. And do you see there, Mrs. Roberts refers to the objective is for each of the estates, that's Northumberland estates, to be self-sustaining. And then this sentence, it's not reasonable to look beyond the Scion estate to fund repairs to Scion House and Park. Do you see that?
Yes.
And just pausing there, if we cast our mind back, please, to paragraph 25 of the previous appeal decision letter, is Mrs. Roberts' assertion there consistent or inconsistent with what the inspector there had to say at paragraph 25?
It's inconsistent with that.
So can I pause there, because I was going on to the timing point, but I don't know whether the information that's coming to me in a minute is relevant to timing.
Well, how does that go with your flow, Mr. Grant? I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Well, I'm
happy going for an hour and a half-ish.
That would put me over my estimate. I don't think I am. I think I'm about an hour and 15 minutes.
What would your preference be?
If the document's ready, I can see Mrs. Roberts is. Can I ask if it's how long the document is?
Yeah, if you'd rather carry on, I'm happy to.
Well, I'll be going on to a different benefit, so I wonder if I pause there.
It's actually not. It's 4 pages long, and I think, if I may, you probably do need to read it before getting your witness to comment on it. He also needs to read it, and I don't mind you taking instructions on it in the meantime. This is our correction, so I don't want to put the council at any disadvantage on it.
Can I pause there, please, for us to do that, and then once we've done that, I can finish off with that topic, and then we're moving on really to the last few minutes.
I'll leave that to you.
Thank you very much.
It's up to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you.
So if you want to just pause while we get the document.
Yeah, so I wonder if you would adjourn, at least initially, for 15 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
So we'll adjourn the inquiry for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Inquiry's resumed, and Mr. Grant's examining council witness, Mr. Hall.
So can I just pick up on what caused the delay and how I suggest, obviously subject to your discretion, how I suggest we proceed. The document which was served this morning, it hadn't reached either Mr. Hall or myself yet. We've read it. That there is, I think, further to a discussion between a learned friend and I, a further clarification which will be on its way this evening, including a possible error in the errata. What I'm going to do, if you're happy, is to deal with the principle of this point, which I can deal with anyway, carry on with and finish my cross-examination. So far as this very discrete point is concerned, even if my learned friend begins her cross-examination this afternoon, I suspect it may be unlikely she reaches that particular point this afternoon, but I'd like to reserve my position just to come back in chief tomorrow morning just to deal with that very narrow point if I need to.
That sounds fair enough to me.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Hall, in terms of this report is concerned, can you turn forward in it? This is the report that's at Appendix 1 to paragraph 8.5.4 on page 9. And I'm going to paraphrase it. I hope I'm not going to be accused of leading here. But so far as that's concerned, leaving to one side at the moment the issue about the time period within which works would be done, is the well, I'm going to lead you. Is the effect of this paragraph to say that if planning permission is granted, the works to the facade and to the staterooms can be accelerated? That's the effect of the position? And we'll leave to one side at the moment the exact time periods. And pulling that then together and putting it into context, when the inspector is considering the weight to be given to the works to Scion House as a benefit of the proposal, what do you say as to whether there is or ought to be a difference in weight where you have situation A, the works can't be done without the income from the development, or situation B, the works can be done without the income from the development, but it'll take longer?
There's a clear difference in the weight that would be given.
Yeah. What do you say as to whether or not there should be a difference in weight between situation A, we, the developer, have demonstrated that this is the only way the works can be funded, or situation B, we, the developer, haven't demonstrated that this is the only way the works can be funded?
Again, there's a clear difference in terms of how much weight would be attributed.
Yeah. Can you just have a look, please, at the inspector's decision letter? I think I was going to say for the last time, but that's holding myself hostage to fortune. But if you look at core document F1, and if you turn, please, in the decision letter to paragraph 26.
Yeah.
So far as the works that were identified as being works which would be funded by the development for that scheme, you'll see at the end of paragraph 26, the inspector concluded that whilst that would be beneficial, I consider such a benefit to be relatively minor and do not attach great weight to it.
Yes.
With the caveat that that wasn't a mirror image of the works that are proposed here. Was the approach of the inspector there consistent or inconsistent with the approach that you've taken to the weight of this particular benefit?
It's consistent.
Yeah. Can you turn, please, to the MPPF at paragraph 199?
Yes.
Can you see the first sentence? When considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation.
Yes.
See that? So far as the works to Sion House are concerned, which are advanced as works that be secured through 106 as a benefit of the scheme, are those works part of the proposed development in your view or not?
No, I would say they were not part of the development. They are more a consequence of the development.
Can we move away then from the repairs to key worker housing? And so far as that is concerned, the difference between you and Mrs. Roberts is that you say moderate weight, Mrs. Roberts says significant weight. Just a couple of questions, please, on that. First of all, is the provision of housing for key workers an identified need?
It is not.
And secondly, in the evidence that you've seen that's been presented by the appellant in terms of correspondence from the hospital trust, is there a suggestion there that the hospital's functionality would be harmed or not by a refusal of planning permission here?
I haven't seen any suggestion of that.
In those circumstances, the two factors we just discussed, what do you say about an approach that gives the same weight to the provision of key worker housing in this case as should be given to the provision of affordable housing?
I don't think that would be reasonable.
Next, please. Next benefit in the list, the long-term future of the allotments. And can we take as our starting point, please, the decision letter from 2018?
Yeah.
And you'll see at paragraph 48 is where the inspector dealt with the point in for that scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And the inspector makes the point. You see second sentence, I'll read it out for speed. I cannot understand why the estate would choose to do so if this appeal fails, since that would be in nobody's interest and would hardly add to the record of good custodianship of the land in the area. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, in your judgment, what do you say as to whether or not if this appeal failed, whether there is a real prospect that the allotments would just be closed off?
I would not say there's a real prospect of that. It's kind of a theoretical situation, really.
Well, would that approach be consistent or inconsistent with being a good custodian, first of all, in the words used by the previous inspector?
On that point, it would be inconsistent with that.
Would that approach be consistent or inconsistent with being a pillar of the community?
It would be inconsistent with that.
In terms of land remaining cultivated and maintained, what do you say about? Can you think of any logical reason why the landowner would not want the land to be maintained and cultivated by allotment holders in the event that this appeal failed?
I can't think of any good reason for that. I would imagine that it would almost attract more maintenance without that sort of self-management by plot holders.
Supposing this appeal failed in the context of the first appeal having failed in 2018, what, if anything, do you say as to whether the landowner in those circumstances would be more or less likely to just cease the allotment use on the site, the second appeal having failed, compared to the first appeal having failed?
I imagine that they would be even less likely to because both of the options for developing the site would have been dismissed.
Thank you. Even if, supposing that the Duke of Northumberland did close the allotments after an unsuccessful appeal here, if he did that, would the land cease to be local open space?
It would not.
Would it cease to, leaving aside designation, would it cease to function as local open space?
It would not, because it would still continue to provide the benefits that we've heard from many people about how people can appreciate local open space even without accessing it directly.
Thank you. Next, please, economic benefits. And the position that you set out in your proof of evidence was that you hadn't been provided any detail and that at that stage you gave the matter limited weight.
That's correct.
And through Mrs. Roberts' evidence, you've been provided with some calculations of economic benefit. And I just want very briefly to have a look at that, please. So it's in Mrs. Roberts' appendices. And it's, I think it's right at the back of her appendices, Appendix 7.
Yes.
A couple of discrete points, please, from this document. First of all, if you look, please, at the local authority revenue benefits, do you see?
I see.
And you'll see council tax revenues. What do you say as to whether or not council tax revenues ought to be regarded as an economic benefit in the planning balance?
I would argue that it shouldn't be considered as an economic benefit purely because it's just meeting the needs of residents. So it's...
And so far as planning contributions, you'll see 106 or still. What do you say as to whether or not that ought to be regarded as an economic benefit in the planning balance?
I would also suggest that shouldn't be considered a benefit because it's simply mitigation for planning harm and necessary to make the development acceptable.
Thank you. And then if you look in the row in the top third of the page, construction benefits, do you see the reference to construction jobs? Do you see 261 temporary jobs over the 17-month build period?
I do.
What if anything, comment would you provide in relation to the construction jobs that are identified there?
Primarily that's a short-term benefit, and it's unlikely to be something that's particularly sustainable.
And having been provided with this information through Mrs. Roberts' evidence, what weight do you say, in your judgment, should be given to economic benefits in the planning balance?
Given what we've just discussed, I would give it no more than moderate weight.
Okay. Next, please, biodiversity net gain. What is the percentage gain that's been calculated on the appellant's behalf?
It's 10%.
And what, if anything, do you say is the relationship between the percentage biodiversity net gain and the weight that should be given to that gain in the planning balance?
So the way I would look at it is that the higher the percentage gain, the higher the weight that should be attributed to that benefit.
Yeah. And on that basis, what do you say is the appropriate weight that should be given to the 10% gain in this case?
As set out in my proof, I maintain that this should be given limited weight.
Next, please, on my list, highways benefit. I think only one question on that. So far as the highways point, which concerns the access, do you remember on the we have in the papers the Highway Authority's consultation responses and also a document within the appellant's statement of case. Have you seen any suggestion from the Highways Authority that you understand to be saying that the existing arrangement is unsafe?
I haven't seen any statement of that.
Next, please, play and amenity space. First of all, as a matter of fact, does the play and amenity space that is proposed meet or exceed the policy requirement?
It exceeds the policy requirement.
What do you say should be the weight that ought to be given in the planning balance?
Still say very limited weight in the planning balance for benefit.
So you acknowledge it as a benefit?
Yes, it's a benefit, yeah.
And lastly, please, on this list, the quality of design. There's a couple of questions about that. First of all, what's the council's approach and your approach as to whether or not the design meets the policy requirements for good design?
Well, I accept that the development, it meets good design requirements, but I would suggest that the design is not so high quality that it represents a standalone benefit in the planning balance in this case.
Fine. And lastly, please, then into planning balance. So far as conflicts are concerned, we've looked at earlier at GB2, G and G4. What do you say as to whether or not those policies are conflicted?
They are conflicted in my view.
And so far as GB8 is concerned, can we just turn that up? Because I don't think we have yet, actually. It's within core document D8, and it's at page 171. And can you have a look at F, please, of that policy?
Yeah.
Retain allotments and the best and most versatile agricultural land. Well, first of all, what do you say about whether or not the proposal retains allotments?
It would not.
There's then the proviso, unless it can be demonstrated that they're no longer required or viable for such purposes. Has that been demonstrated?
It hasn't.
And what do you say then as to whether or not GB8 is complied with?
I would suggest that indicates that GB8 is not complied with.
And so far as the balancing exercise then between the development plan conflict and material considerations, first of all, having identified those policy conflicts, what's your conclusion or your judgment as to whether or not the development plan is conflicted overall?
I would say that the development plan is conflicted overall in this case.
Thank you. So far as material considerations are concerned, two questions. First of all, the NPPF, which is a material consideration, as we all know. So far as paragraph 99, which is the local open space policy, is concerned, does that policy support or point away from planning permission being granted, in your view?
Points away from planning permission being granted.
Is that policy complied with or breached?
It's breached.
And when you consider then the range of planning benefits that have been identified, and we've just gone through those, so far as those benefits are concerned, what's your judgment as to whether or not those benefits outweigh the conflict with the development plan?
I continue to believe that they do not outweigh the harm and the conflict with the development plan.
Thank you very much. So it says with the one caveat I set out earlier, that concludes the evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Sort of, Ms. Murphy, what would you rather do?
Well, that's a slightly tricky one, isn't it? Because we've obviously got quite a messy position if we're going to be recalling on one aspect of the benefits, which is quite an important one.
I'm happy to keep to a 9:30 start, if assuming everyone. I'm not trying to lead you, but we could keep that on the table at 9:30 start if we're worried about timescale. And I'm assuming 9:30 is okay with all the parties. That's important because obviously there are all 6 parties as well.
9:30 is okay with us.
Likewise, sir.
Yes, I am a little bit reluctant to lose a bit of time this afternoon, but I don't think we're under pressure tomorrow morning.
Yeah, from what you said earlier,
Well,
yeah, we're not too bad, slightly, but
let me just take a beat and see if anybody else has got a sort of strong view. Okay, we think it's tidier to draw stumps today, get the evidence in chief finished tomorrow morning, and then begin cross-examination then.
Yeah. There may not be any more. It depends
Right, okay. And I should have asked you, Mr. Grant, my apologies, are you fairly happy with programming where we are to date?
I am. I don't think we're at any, barring anything unforeseen, I don't think we're at risk of not completing evidence this week. So I don't think there's any.
Okay.
Well, I think we're okay.
On that basis, let's adjourn for the day with the proviso we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So you'll start if you need to with
yes, and it'll be on that
just on this discrete point.
So can I just on a procedural matter just indicate that I know different inspectors have different views, but subject to your view, I take the view that the witness isn't in purdah until
exactly. Well, absolutely, I take that view as well, and that was partly leading to my suggestion of a journey.
But can I also just, perhaps unnecessarily, but just remind you that the information about the sort of land search underpinning that 27 acres is outstanding, and I'd like to see that, please. And it may be that you want to formally produce that. Let me just drop that in. I can have a look at it.
Thank you for the reminder.
Well, Leonard Friend said earlier she didn't want it formally produced until she'd seen it, so I'll hold fire on that. But
okay, right. We'll adjourn then.
Sir, apologies. Just before we adjourn, can I just raise one further point?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
thank you. You'll recall we had an exchange this morning about the site visit, and we're very grateful for your indication that you're willing to go back tomorrow unaccompanied. Now, I didn't raise this at the time, so I've had the benefit of further instructions since, but it still relates to that question about the line, sir. My learned friend raised the point that it wouldn't be appropriate for Park Road Allotment Association to draw a line across the allotment, which was not what we were suggesting. It would be for the appellant to put down some form of line. Now, obviously, sir, this is only if it would be helpful to you. If you feel that that would be beneficial, that's something obviously we can't oblige the appellant to do, but we would prevail upon them to do if it would be helpful for you to see the extent of that development. Likewise, if you feel the information you have is sufficient, I know my client would be very comforted by having an indication on that.
What I think would be helpful is if I could have the chance to wander around the allotments on my own, unaccompanied, either probably best timetable, either before or just after the rest of my site visit. But yeah, I'm conscious the gate's locked. So if the gate could be unlocked and I could have an opportunity to have another wander around myself. And that might be better timetable just prior to the second element of the visit. And just in terms of programming, I don't want to disrupt sitting time by going out to look at Silent House. So if that could be programmed possibly into after sitting tomorrow, whenever that is. Yeah, okay, right. If there's no more housekeeping matters, then we'll formally adjourn for the day. So thank you. And just a reminder, we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow morning then. Thank you.